Ladies and gentlemen, be enough. Our focus is therefore twofold: to control expenditure and to raise more revenue domestically. As such, we will therefore begin
Asempa 94.7 Asempa FM. Oh yeah, del papa. Asempa FM.
will impress upon Parliament to fast-track the passage of the e-levy bill, tax exemptions bill, and fees and charges bill. Prioritize the Revenue Assurance Compliance and Enforcement Program, the RACE program, to plug revenue leakages, especially at the ports, the infamous fuel bunkering cartels, and small-scale mining exporters cabal. Government will partner the private sector to also introduce digital systems to monitor quarrying, sand winning, and salt winning to get more revenue from our natural resources, and immediately enforce the no duty, no exit policy at the MPS terminal at the Tema port to improve revenue collection. Ladies and gentlemen, Government of Ghana is to conclude external financing arrangement of up to $2 billion in the next 2 to 6 weeks in line with approved external financing for 2022 and for liability management and to manage the slide of the city. MOF, Ministry of Finance, will also work with the Central Bank to review the foreign exchange retention policy in line with approved external financing for 2022 and for liability management. Additionally, the following measures will be implemented over the medium term: wean off public tertiary institutions from government payroll and provide them with a fixed amount block grant instead. Pursue reforms to address structural challenges in public financial management, including procurement and commitment control, payroll management, and human resource management. It is too early, ladies and gentlemen, to say the COVID-19 pandemic is over, but it is good to acknowledge that Ghana has handled it excellently. We have emerged from its deadliest and most economically damaging phase. If the measures we have outlined in our economic recovery program are executed as planned, the Ghanaian economy should return to pre-pandemic levels across most. Quite clear that both the occupation of Ukraine and the range of sanctions imposed on Russia will have profound effects both in the short and long term for global markets. The longer the conflict goes on, the greater will be the disruption to the global economy. We shall continue to monitor the situation very closely and make further adjustments if and when needed. We may have no control of the trajectory of the conflict, but it only reminds us how necessary it is for Ghanaians to assert greater control over our own destiny. That we can do if we share in the sacrifices before us to strengthen our capacity for greater self-reliance even in this interdependent world. Government remains optimistic that the economy will grow even bigger this year. The challenge now is to marshal this economic growth before us in the right direction and ensure that it benefits Ghanaians across the board. Ladies and gentlemen, we are confident that these measures will address the immediate and short-term challenges confronting our nation. Government remains resolute and committed to entrenching the structural transformation of our economy in the long term. To this end, we are aggressively pursuing key interventions such as 1D, 1F, Ghana Cares, and the U-Start programs to improve our ability to locally produce more goods and optimize the opportunities AFCFTA offers us. It is important that as a country, we reduce our dependence on imports and increase local production. Public institutions are reminded of government's policy to buy locally produced goods, It is critical that Ghanaians reconsider their preference and consume more locally produced goods to support the economy and guarantee decent jobs for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, your government, the Akufo-Addo administration, is determined to turn things around and has the skills, discipline, and compassion to do so. But to do so, we must not allow our fortunes to be misdirected by speculators and naysayers, those who only thrive when we allow avoidable uncertainties to hold sway in the affairs of the nation. I pray that peace be within the walls of Parliament and sobriety within its towers as we go back to Parliament to introduce our revenue bills. Ladies and gentlemen, these measures outlined today will significantly improve the macro-fiscal situation towards a restoration of confidence and safeguard the achievement of the 2022 budget deficit target of 7.4% of the GDP. These measures have been carefully designed to ensure that growth and spending on social protection are, however, not compromised. Ladies and gentlemen, these are truly challenging times globally. No country has been spared. Government therefore calls on all Ghanaians to stand together. Together, we shall surely overcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Ghana, we can do it together. This is not the first time an MPP government working together with the people of Ghana has succeeded in overcoming an economic challenge of this nature. We have demonstrated time and time again our ability to overcome with you. First, in 2001, the MPP government, led by former President Kufuor, together with the people of Ghana, brought the country out of severe economic difficulties. Second, in 2017, the MPP government, led by President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, together with the people of Ghana, brought the country out of the economic doldrums in which we were at the end of 2016. This third time still, under President Akufo-Addo, working together with the people of Ghana will not be an exception. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had the privilege of engaging in a number of town hall meetings from Koforidua to Takoradi, to Tamale to Wa and Ho, and the resolve of our people to burden share for a better life for all of us is palpable. In particular, they want everyone to pay taxes. They want government to be accessible. They want Parliament to get on with its work. They want employment for our youth. They want agriculture and industry to thrive. They want government to cut its coat. They want us to tackle our debt problem and raise more revenue and to prosecute offenders. Ladies and gentlemen, our media review will reveal the successes of what we have done. This would ensure that the structural reforms are crystallized, reduce fiscal dominance during this period, and ensure fiscal and monetary policy coherence. Let me end by a quotation from Jeremiah. Let us seek, all of us, the peace and prosperity of our nation. Let's pray to the Lord for it, because if it prospers, you too will prosper. Together, we will confront the macroeconomic challenges head on, stabilize the economy, and set it on the path of economic transformation for all. So yes, we'll bring in additional $1 to $2 billion to stabilize the slide of the currency. We have enumerated a number of issues to ensure expenditure cuts, and we have put in place strategies to ensure that we have the supply of fuel that is required and maintain and stabilize the increases. But let us also remember that this is a global phenomenon in which we are part of, but we can and we will overcome. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And as Honorable Minister resumes his seat, it's a good time to get ready to take your questions. Can I get an indication where the microphone is? Can I get an indication where the microphone is? Thank you. So it's a good time to take your questions. There are a number of things that Minister has spoken.
So that says the finance.
Asempa, Asempa, nya upe biara. Asempa FM, station bakupe. Asempa, uwo fie. Asempa, uwe jumemu. Asempa, baby ya uwo biara. Asempa FM, Asempa FM 94.7 in Wasamari. Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Wasempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Wasempa, Asempa FM. 94.7. Asempa, Asempa, Upa Asempentia, Utuni Radio Upa Odim 94.7. Asempa FM, oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey, all talk all day.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. And there they come, ladies and gentlemen. The award is there.
Let's now do the 27th award for the Night Radio Program of the Year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists
Government any
Association.
plans of introducing contingency fund so that the country can fall on in terms of global economic difficulties?
In addition to the ones that exist already?
Yes.
So do we plan to have extra contingency funds? Because there's already contingency in our framework. But in addition to that, we plan to have extras. Okay, extra contingency funds. Thank you. TV3? Yes.
Good afternoon, Nanikia Mensah Brampa with TV3 3FM. So I think my first question was asked by Xinhua regarding the value, how much government hopes to save from these measures that have been outlined by the finance minister. And secondly, government, we know, is the biggest spender when we look at the economy. Won't the expenditure cut affect money within the system? That's what we want to find out. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I have permission to add to your question, not just money, but economic activity. So won't expenditure cuts affect money in circulation and economic activity and the prospects of growth? Thank you very much, Anna Kwegu.
Right. My name is Kweku Asante, Joy News and Joy FM. Is there any budget committee or a specialized agency to ensure compliance to these new directives, especially on cuts to meeting expenditures, the travels, and to ensure that all SOEs comply? And then in terms of the salary cuts, the specifics, is this only affecting political office holders, or it extends to the public sector, which we all know about how bloated or how big it is? Thank you.
Thank you, Kweku. So who will assure compliance with these measures, and do the salary cuts go beyond political appointees? Does it affect civil servants? There are civil servants who do not be happy with the question that you're asking. Does it affect civil servants? Honorable Minister, we are in your hands for some responses. Can you get the responses if we don't use that microphone, or you will need that microphone to get the responses? Minister, I beg of you, we'll need it because the station mics are on that side. I beg of you, we'll need to use that podium to respond so that all the mics can pick it. So while Minister is moving there, let me just go over the questions. What is the fiscal impact of the expenditure cuts? Did we lose the opportunity to hedge when there was indication that prices were going to go up? And is there room to introduce some subsidies on energy prices? There's a second question from GNA. Can we look at deepening domestic refining of petroleum products in terms of sources? We have local sources that could translate into some cheaper products for us. And in addition to the already existent contingency funds in Ghana's budget, do we think we need to increase our contingency funding here in Ghana's budgets? There's another question. Won't the cuts affect money in circulation? And I added to it economic activity and the prospects of growth with Nanekw's permission. And then the final question, who will assure compliance to these measures? And does it affect civil servants as well? Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, and thanks for the questions. Yes, we do have a committee, at the ministry to follow through on these cuts that we have talked about, and I think I might have even mentioned it in the speech. So yes, we do. The cuts, just to allay the fears of the 700,000 civil servants and public servants, has to do with political appointees, including, SOEs, etc. Because it's really an issue of setting the example. And I think it's important, especially given the lack of control we'll have international crude oil pricing, that even as we make these bold moves, I think corporates individually in the country should also begin to look at their usage of petrol in a way in which you recognize that this problem is a problem for the Republic and it's international. And I think that's important. And so we really commend the Council of State when they also joined us to cut down their salaries by 20% going forward. But I think for most corporates and Ghanaians, now being more austere about how we use petroleum products is going to be important for all of us as a nation. As I mentioned, we are a net importer of petrol, of fuel, and it's almost like a 1 to 5.2 ratio, so that the increase in petrol affects us, in crude prices affects us, more than what we gain. Opportunity that we had with regards to the potential to hedge, those analyses are constantly being done to try and get a break-even point, and we have not succeeded in pricing it appropriately. But that is constantly being worked on. In terms of subsidies, I mean, I think that's always an important question. But if you look at, let's say, for example, the special petroleum tax levy, we expected to gain about 3 billion cedis for the year. And when you are running a budget deficit and you begin to think of more subsidies, that will be the cost to you as a nation as you do that. So we have to be very prudent about what we do about extra subsidies. Domestic refining capacity, I know that the Ministry of Energy and TOR are working on various plans to see how we can build a new refinery, either private sector or PPP, etc. So that certainly is an appropriate idea to be shared. With regards to savings, I mean, in terms of our initial calculations of all of that, will be about 3.5 billion Ghana cedis that we expect to be able to save. But we'll keep titrating and tightening it and ensure that we get as much from that as possible. The contingency funds that was mentioned, good idea, but you really need, we already have our heritage funds, etc. And at this juncture, with the crisis, there's very little to add on to. But certainly, we're always looking for ways in which you can build stock for the future. And so that would be done. I don't know, Kojo, is that...
Yes, Minister. I have a sense that the key issues have been tackled. We'll take a second round of questions. Miss, I think there was... Yes, there was only one that is yet to be responded to. One, that cuts affect money in circulation and economic activity and the prospect of growth.
Well, the question that I guess we have to ask ourselves as a nation, and therefore whether the cost of runaway inflation, what we are experiencing with our currency, and what that will trigger into. And so when you look at Bank of Ghana's measures, you know, it's really to contain inflation and not sort of chase up the depreciation of the currency. But there are times in any nation's life in which these decisions have to be made. Difficult times, but if we don't do that, we'll spiral into an arena that we really do not want. So yes, it will bring some tightening, but when you don't have resources and the markets or the global market moves against you, we then have to readjust the way in which we spend things, and within that that band of resources we should be able to do. I mean, note that even last year, from a 0.4% growth in 2020, in 2021, we were able to grow by an average of 5.2%. And the third quarter, as I mentioned, at 6.6%. So we need to be very deliberate in how we support, you know, the areas in the real sector that would generate the growth and cut down on overheads in governments. Thank you.
Minister, grateful. We're going to take a second batch of questions. We will be biased towards the ladies as we start. Yes, madam. Yes, madam. And then I'll go to the two gentlemen at the back. That will make 4 for this round. There are 2 gentlemen. Then yourself. I'll give you priority in the next round. So, madam, let's start with you. Not more than 2 questions so that we can hear from more people.
My name is Agnes and I report for the Chronicle newspaper. And Minister, you spoke of returning to Parliament with regards to the e-levy. What assurance you have that it will be passed this time around? Thank you.
Thank you. Blessed assurance.
My name is Natalie Netty from City TV. Minister, please, we want to know how much was spent on fuel coupons in a year so that we can appreciate the 50% reduction that the government is proposing. And also, how much is the government expected to save from all these cuts and measures put in place to require the economy?
Okay, thank you. Natalie, I think the second one was answered already in the first round of questions. But Minister, the question is, can you disaggregate, for example, fuel and other things here and now for us? If you can, we'll be happy to. Yes, sir.
Yes, Christian. Would like to find
Christian,
out
from which media house?
GNA and Reuters. Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the details, we want the minister to share big details on the 2 billion series. $2 billion, where is it coming from? You just saying external. And how would that help prop up the city?
Okay. Say again? Okay, so then I'll come to you. Yes, sir.
My name is Emmanuel Abuaji from Asase Radio. My first question is, with a 15 peso margin off the price build up, is this going to be reintroduced after the 3 months that you mentioned? And have we not taken into consideration the debate that some of the margins have outlived their usefulness and therefore should have been factored into this particular calculation? Now, my second question is the fact that we are going to cut purchase of cars. Now, government is considered a substantial purchaser of vehicles in our country. So how is this going to improve upon our infant automobile industry? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting question. Yes, sir. Is that Daily Graphic?
No, Ghanaian Times.
Ghanaian Times, okay.
Cliff Ekufu. So mine is a follow-up. I would want to find out if the additional 2 billion that we intend to bring in is not going to worsen our already precarious debt portfolio. Yeah.
Then, sir, let me give you a take so that we wrap up.
Yes, Honorable Minister, thank you very much. My name is Akuo Kokwati, representing Kesbe Media. Minister did mention cut, and I know I know this is interim measures to save the economy because of the problem. And when he was responding to some of the questions from my colleagues, he said the cut is going to affect only the government.
The salary cuts.
Okay, the salary cuts, yes. And I know we have the people's appointees, though, who are the representative of the people. I'm talking about Parliament.
Yeah.
Do we have any plans to also, maybe in a way of speaking to them, to also cut certain percentage from their salaries, because they are 275, and any percentage cut can also contribute to the problem that we want to solve?
Thank you. You have a follow-up on this one very quickly, very quickly.
Minister, talking about the expenditure cuts and debt situation, the Auditor General's report actually indicated that certain public officials have misappropriated certain finances related to them. Are there any plans to pursue, the collection of such funds to actually support our fiscal management? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go over them, but I think there are a few I got to do. You watch the public account hearings live on television at every point in time. When the Auditor General has made a preliminary finding that he's of the view that some infraction has taken place, the audit committee of the organization has the opportunity to correct it even before we go to Parliament. And so Parliament is a platform for reporting. If it's been corrected, it's reported. If it's not being corrected, the Parliamentary Accounts Committee gives the instructions on what needs to be done at that point in time. And then still stay with Parliament on the question of the emoluments and other things of members of Parliament. You know, there's a process for determining emoluments of the executive and then of the legislature. And you also know that you may not necessarily be able to vary it to people's disadvantage. It becomes a question for the legislature to voluntarily examine. Now that the Council of State has been a cut, the executive has done it voluntarily. It becomes a matter for the legislature to look at. And I do believe that there are several members of Parliament who are interested in having that conversation in Parliament. So we'll leave Minister and the executive out of that one. Agnes wants to know, Minister, whether you have any assurances on e-levy. Netele is asking if you can disaggregate some of the issues that are being cut now and give some nominal figures even here and now. Christian is asking if you have any further information you can share on the 2 billion injection that you mentioned. And then also if the cut to projected purchases of vehicles will not affect our infant automobile industry as government cuts affect the economy throughout. So, Minister, let me invite you to provide a response. Are there further questions so that I know whether we'll wrap up after this one or not? Okay, so I'll come back for a final round. Go in your hands.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Kojo. Thanks for this. I think the issue, the question was what, returning to Parliament for e-levy. It's already there, so we're just going to go and continue with the discussion, and God willing, get it passed. I mean, it is in the parliamentary system. So I pray. I mean, Parliament rises on April 4th or 5th, maybe, and so we've got some critical, maybe 14 or 15 days to make it happen. And I think after these town hall meetings and understanding what the Ghanaian people want, we should be able to do that. I think somebody talked about fuel coupons. It's north of 60 million Ghana cedis. You raised the question about the $2 billion and what its impact will be on our debt to GDP ratio. We typically go to the market during this first quarter period, but because of the exigencies of what happened, markets were closed to us. But you always do measure the potential dislocation in your economy with that. And therefore, the reasons of mentioning the growth numbers last year is to indicate to us our capacity to enhance growth and therefore use the productivity index to be able to pay for it. And I believe that we should be able to, if we continue with the Batampa program, push ahead with the rail sector interventions that we are doing to be able to. But it's too destabilizing, as it were, and affects the living conditions of our people too gravely to leave it behind. And so that, we believe, is a good thing to do. With regards to the executive choosing to cut all of these benefits for them, we clearly do not, control the legislature. That would be their own decision, such as the Council of State their own decision. We hope that we set the example and others will follow. And it's really not about only Parliament, but as I said, let us invoke that spirit among our corporates to look at the expenditures on fuel especially and reduce this 5-to-1 ratio as a net importer of fuel. So we are calling for a spirit of burden sharing, all recognizing that these are difficult moments in the history of the world, and we are not independent of that. But we can, even within this ecosystem, do much better than most, because we always have the capacity within us to do so. With regards to the 15 pesos, which will go through 4 months, and whether the price build-up in petroleum is outmoded or not, I don't think so. I think when you look at a period of growth of a country that is running a budget deficit, it will take some time to be able to do that. In emergency situations, it gives you flexibility and to be able to support that. So we will. In terms of reducing, you have to make choices, and therefore the issue of the new edict on cars, yes, to reduce the number of vehicles coming in. We're very particular about imported vehicles and then manage what is within the country, but at the same time ensure that maybe there's not a excessive purchase of capital goods, but that will have to be balanced. Kojo, are we good here?
I think so. We're going to go for a final batch. There are those who have not spoken at all. They are those that I'll give priority to. Bloomberg is here. GTV is at the back. George, you let me deal with other people because you've had a say here. So Bloomberg, GTV, you've had a say already, haven't you, sir? You've had a say already. Yeah, but let's hear from other people who haven't spoken. There's a lady here who hasn't spoken. How about you? Which media house are you from, sir? Okay, we'll come back to that one. So let me start from GTV, yeah? GTV, Bloomberg, the lady here. Gentlemen, which media house are you from, sir? Say again, Daily Graphic. Okay, so GTV, Daily Graphic, Bloomberg. Madam, which media house are you from? Home Base. Okay, so let's do these four, and then we will do some follow-ups for those who've already had their say.
Honorable, my first question, I want to know if there is any plan on Tema Oil Refinery. We've seen the setting up of a new management, and we've not had any sort of concrete plan, because that really feeds into our quest to refine our products locally and ensure maximum value. Then my second question, Minister, you talked about hoping to grow the economy more than even the target expected, or maybe achieving the 5.8 that we want to achieve for this year. But really, if you look at the inflation hike and the...
I'm sorry, sir, which 5.8 is this?
The growth targets.
Okay, okay.
I mean, so if you look at the policy rate hike and the fact that there is cuts in salaries, that's really going to impact negatively on growth. And I was wondering why Minister is still ambitious, more than even expected. So if there is anything we don't know, Minister can share with us. Thank you.
Minister, there must be something you know that we don't know. Graphic.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's a minister. He will know something we don't know.
Mr. Bonkruma, so
yes.
I wanted to address what you said about going after people who have sort of misappropriated funds or something captured in the generation report. The fact is that before the report will go to Public Accounts Committee, would have taken a year or two. We all know that. We know the report they are sitting on now. And there is a new report, the 2021 report. So there is one person that I have followed on. The Auditor General has charged this person. And this is in the report that has not gone to PAC yet. The person is being sent to court. And the Auditor General is saying that now, beyond the ordinary checks they do, they are subjecting some of these things to forensic examination or whatever they call it, so that they can recoup these monies before these reports even go to PAC for the discussions. So what I'm saying to support my friend is that what is government doing to support the Auditor General to go after these monies and actually recoup it so that I can support us, since we don't have money. Because
so the question is, what is government doing to support the Auditor General?
Yes, and I wanted to address the fact that we don't have to wait for it to go to PAC like you were saying. Thank you.
So, Minister, the question is, what is government doing to support the Auditor General? That's the question. We'll get your response. This graphic, yeah? Sure. Yeah. Then there's Bloomberg. Please bring the microphone to Bloomberg, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Minister. You said you envisage you're going to save 3.5 billion cedis on these cuts. Would you give me a totality of how much savings you envisage from the initial 20% cut? So I have a bulk figure. Now, the Bank of Ghana announced a deficit figure of 9.7 as deficit for 2021, but excluded the legacy debts. What is the unified deficit for 2021 end year? And cocoa revenues too have underperformed this year. How does that add to your pressures of revenue targets? Thank you.
So how does the cocoa performance affect your revenue targets? Yes, madam.
Please, I'm Santoa Julius from Home Base TV. I just want to find out, with the rumors going on that government payroll is full. So even after university, no matter the course that you did, there is no more any governmental job for students. So how true is this? And what's the government doing about it? And with the YouStart program, I don't know, I get people asking me more about this, but I think the education is not really there. How do you get the money? I mean, how do you get to enroll on this policy?
Yeah, it's not even been launched or rolled out.
Okay.
So I'm sure once that takes place, the necessary conversations
Okay.
will come. So we'll stand that down. Minister, there was a follow-up question about the 2 billion. Are you now, as we speak here, in a position to talk about the sources, etc., of that 2 billion? That will be it for this batch, and then I'll do a final float if there are any outstanding follow-ups.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I mean, the $2 billion that we intend to bring into the system, already we sent out some RFPs. We've gotten responses to those from three international banks. And we will be negotiating the term sheets in the coming week or so. So that's where that is. With regards to Tema Oil Refinery, yes, there's a new management of that. They've been to our offices, given us their plans and their keen interest in looking at a structure to get a new refinery in place. So that is being contended with. You indicated some reservations about where we will get growth from. I think really it's a challenge as to doubting the ingenuity and genius of the Ghanaian. We went through a 0.4% growth in 2020. I'm sure you recall that. And already in 2021, I think we're going to average about 5.2%. And I'll leave you to explain that. If I had said that at the beginning, you wouldn't have believed it. And then in the third quarter, we had 6.6% growth, all quite tight situations. So once again, nor would you have believed if we had said that we're going to get out of the IMF program when we came into government, and all of the things that we were able to do during that period. So it is that same conviction and resolve and belief in what we are capable of doing that we are going into 2022 and the years ahead. I'm confident, therefore, that even with these measures that we have taken to ensure that we live within our means, in there are certain things that we crystallize. The whole issue of the 2022 budget was how do we build an entrepreneurial nation, how are we going to consolidate and create jobs. I'm figuring that the Youth Start program will trigger some entrepreneurial verve that you and I can calculate the results on. So let's be hopeful, let's be confident about that future. It's always not all about just straight numbers, but the spirit of the people can do a lot more than you can envisage. But I thank you for that question. The issue of misappropriated funds, I think really if you look at the government's allocations to the governance institution, it's historical. What resources we've given to the Auditor General, I think even the previous one, Domlevo, even president of resources and CapEx that we had given them. So the resources to Yoko, Straj, Special Prosecutor, military and police, is quite phenomenal. And it is that same sort of resolve that we'll do to ensure that whatever he needs, we'll also do that. It's in our interest, or at least my interest, to fill the public purse. And I'll do everything I can to support, any positive movements in that direction. Let's see.
Effect of cocoa performance on revenue projections.
Yeah. Good question there. I mean, cocoa performance, I think, as you know, we're still going through these imbalances between our pricing and Cote d'Ivoire, and those are things that we really need to manage. Cocoa has invested quite a bit in pruning equipment, in cocoa roads, etc., to open up production in that area, and we're hoping that that will then result in more revenues from them in coming times. I think the issue of the 20% cut, the savings, and then the discussions with Bank of Ghana about the 9.7 billion, all of those things, you know, we are now really synchronizing how we work between the monetary and fiscal to be able to further do that. But I thought usually you come and interview me and all of that. And so we'll continue that discussion when yeah. Really, the lady, with regards to, you know, the You Start program, we did a pilot in late February, early March, and that is really helping us to kind of complete the design, and expectation is that we launch it nationwide in May. What was there another question that you had? Oh, that was it.
I think this round has been dealt with.
Okay.
Listen, so I'm going to go around for a final wrap-up. I think our good friend George Yafe has a quick follow-up. TV3, Chronicle, Nana. Oh, I'm coming. You don't want me to come to that side. So let's start from this place, and let's make it just one each very quickly so that all your colleagues can get an opportunity. So let's start from George. George,
My name is
GTV, come forward so that you just take it up to George.
Mr. Minister, do you think that these measures that you've outlined are quite robust enough to bring about the required investor confidence in these things that you've announced? Already the minority is raising some serious concerns about these measures that you've outlined here. And just to even read a tweet from Kesel Atuforsen, who says that, listen, the fiscal measures announced today are just cosmetic and empty. It will further erode confidence in the economy. Government should place a moratorium on new loans, cut in 2022 foreign finance projects at least by 50%, and deliver on promise on reviewing all flagship programs.
So the question is, do you think they are enough?
Enough.
They are robust
Especially
enough?
Enough to, again, restore that investor confidence that you're talking about, please.
Very well. GTV, very quickly.
Very quickly, I want to know, I think the question answers not directly.
So what's the question, quickly?
The impact of the money Minister is asking, the $2 billion we are talking about trying to raise on the capital markets, what will be the impact on our debt situation, especially when we are at 80.1% now? And if Minister can touch more on
You noticed he talked about liability management as part of it. Okay. So you let's
the impact
go.
of the development bank.
TV3, quickly. Guys, we want to make it one each. Let's try and make it easy for everybody.
Right,
Yes,
so beyond investor confidence, I want to find out if it will pave way for Ghana to go to the Eurobond once again, and how soon will that be? And how attractive enough will that be also for the ratings agency, if I should say? And finally, the toll booths. Kojo, are we going to see a restoration?
No. Let's make it simple for everybody.
Being collected.
Restoration of tolls. Let me add that to it. Guys, let's try and make it simple for everybody. Yes, Nana?
Yeah. Honourable Minister, in case you eat a snack, are you going to introduce another tax to replace the yield levy, or you are still going to hang on? And my second question, are we going, do you have possibility going back to IMF for a bailout at this juncture?
So IMF and e-levy. Yes, madam.
Okay, so my question is also on e-levy. I'd like to find out if we are maintaining the 1.75 or there is going to be a reduction.
Thank you. Let me go to the back. Let me go to the back because it's already been mentioned that we're at 1.5 already. So, yeah. Yes, sir. The two of you. Quickly.
Winston from Metro TV. I want to understand, petrol prices have gone up by 50%. As of now, government is proposing 1.6% reduction. What difference will it make? And also, there has been calls by industries for the removal of some taxes on the petroleum price build-up. Are you listening to that, or are you basically going forward with what you just proposed?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right. Still on petroleum. It looks like the geopolitical situation we have because of the Russian war also suggests that petroleum or crude oil and crude products from Russia is low. Now, would it be an opportunity for the government to actually maybe instruct BDCs to redirect their attention to purchase petroleum products from Russia?
In the face of the sanctions.
Which is supposed to be low because it's not a total ban.
Yeah, I understand. But in the face of the sanctions.
Exactly, sure.
Okay, so then you add that to it, then we examine all of that together. Yeah, let's try and wrap up at the back.
Emmanuel, GH1 TV. Since discussions are already going with two international banks, the question is, are these loans commercial or concessional? And finally, will you touch allowances of government appointees?
What was the last question?
Sorry, just one.
Will you touch allowance of appointees?
Yes. Just a follow-up. So what is the total tax government slaps on, in real figures, what's the total tax so that we can know by what percentage government is reducing?
Total tax government slaps on what?
On petroleum products.
Okay.
The total government tax on petroleum products.
As in like the nominal value?
The nominal value.
Very well. Final one.
Yo, Papa, me didn't depend on that. United Television. Minister Kasemono or Maeti ghost names be. The Pasi who Sadi and Pententia at Nahoni Nioma Bandia Guaquem to be ye for so Sansa Mafui, Ibia San on San Babak. How mano? And now petrol whom commodino. I told the beer, yet it's in the sea, so before a bit do pump Honoma, a bear reflect or a bimoko to Puma as Casemono, not a check. On my young assurance be NPA near energy ministry near Mama and other stakeholders.
On my date, crowd.
No, me case yes, in Penifasi, I can't madam pine. Yet me can say, yeah, so a bit tell you a bit one of being effect, no, not a check.
Wama data, I bet take effect. Wama data, I bet take effect. GNA, we'll give you the final word, GNA.
Thank you. This week, I heard you speaking on radio regarding the cabinet retreat, and you made it clear that 16 government priority programs will be looked at. But the minister only mentioned the free agents, that government will not roll back on that one. What about the 15? What measures are you taking on that? I'm talking about NAPCO, one district, one factory, all those things. What are you doing?
Thank you. And make a, let me make a quick comment on this one. Madam, I'll make an exception for you. Let me make a quick comment on this one. We have been talking about budget cuts, and we have said that all the expenditure lines are fair to examine for possible budget cuts. Doesn't mean you are going to cancel the program or change the program. Budget cuts. The minister has said that the president is committed to ensuring that free SHS continues. I hope you understand that. Now you're asking, will budget cuts affect any of the other 15 programs? That's the question you're asking. Minister will respond to that. Madam in green will give you the final word.
My name is Naja Bilago. I'm with GBC. Minister did talk about 10% cut in discretionary expenditure. So I want to find out if the earlier 20% cut in expenditure is going to add to this 10 to make it 30.
Thank you very much. Minister, we are in your hands for final responses. We are done. We are with Minister now.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for this. You know, George, the question about investor confidence. I mean, let me be very, very clear that if I had followed an NDC programmed economic transformation of this country, we will not be here. It is their duty to put, to state their responses to us as my honorable colleague is doing. But I think we have all been partners in seeing how the economy ran from 2017 to 2019, and also very clear on the impact of COVID on this economy, and so be able to eke out some growth within that period. The issue, therefore, of investor confidence, if he would take responsibility for our inability, maybe this party not to pass our revenue measures in the House, will be a very different discussion that we are on. And I don't want us hiding from that fact, that it led then to what we call the downgrade that we have, closed international capital markets, our inability to go to the market in the first quarter, and still pass an appropriation and say that you can have the revenue that you require. Those are clear responsibilities that we have put, and therefore the Ukraine war has exacerbated that situation. What do you do? So we went out of a 20% cut so that we can shrink our expenses, make sure that we still meet the 7.4% that we promised. Looking at what has happened with this war and saying that the global dynamics have even worsened, and what can we do in our own kitchen to make sure that we get into a mind frame of austerity and managing that. And the spirit of our people is strong. We saw that in the growth numbers in 2022, and we've seen what the Bank of Ghana is doing to ensure that this does not trickle over. And let's not despise small beginnings. It's really the spirit of our people that we are comfortable with. We have done it before, and we believe that we will be able to continue to do that. So thank you for that question, whether they call it cosmetics or what. We are dealing with investor confidence also, and really the spirit of our people to say, let's brace ourselves and move forward. And we shall do that. The impact, of course, of the $1 billion affects our debt to GDP ratio, but I don't know what the consequences will be if we do not turn the whole economy into a more positively driven environment of people talking positive in what we do and where we are going to go. And I think we should leave it at that. Negative words do not help the spirit of the country. Let's find a way to realize that we also are at war, and we have some 30 million people to protect. The Development Bank is one of those interventions that the President's administration really believed was necessary for the ecosystem, and therefore between resources of Bank of Ghana, resources that we have, is bringing now an institution which will be able to, on its own, use its balance sheet to bring more resources into the country and support the infrastructure frame of our financial system. So the target was $1 billion. We're already at $800 million mark, and they've started looking at providing credit to institutions already. So it is such thinking that we are going to go through to make sure that areas that will support the real economy have resources for that. To be done, especially also including
Asempa FM.
The issue of employment for our youth. And I think really, as a people,
Asempa
to reprofile it, to be able to then give you the fiscal space for the future. So it is such positive engagements using the knowledge they have and what we have that we would do, but not to go into a program. If you pray with me, I'm sure by the end of March, we'll pass e-levy in Parliament. So let's be very hopeful about that. I think the issue, I think President wanted to be very categorical with regards to the flagships, especially on the senior high school. Of course, there are always efficiencies that, you know, we can think about to do, and I think that's important in any, and that therefore the review on all flagships to create efficiencies, etc., will be done. But he truly wanted to be very clear to all of us Ghanaians that the issue of social mobility and inclusiveness and expanding people's horizon cannot be compromised, you know, as citizens of this land. Because most of us, when you really dig deep, came from villages, and because somebody helped us to get further education, is what brought us here. Not because we're much smarter than our colleagues, but economic circumstances. And when you see 400,000 new people, Ghanaians, you know, getting that opportunity, nobody should belittle or rubbish that. We should just be praying about bringing better education for them and enabling people to realize their potential. And I think that's important. We should inculcate that and be compassionate about that and know that that is our future. The issue of, we did announce even before this crisis the 20% reduction which we have sent out the various notices for, and we are looking to see how it manifests this quarter. And then saying that, you know, there are going to be a series of meetings between us and the MDAs going forward to look at other discretionary line items and therefore determine whether maybe there's a little bit more squeeze that we can, but always keeping our eye on the ball on the 7.8%, 7.4%, and we'll be able to meet that, to bring that confidence that we are serious about that going forward. So that gives us extra flexibility to look at that. But it's essentially, ladies and gentlemen, a government that is resolved, that given what we had of COVID, given this war in Ukraine and the global changes, within us are the elements to either be more efficient, to be resolved at this war that we have upon us, and that we can do it because we have done it before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your time and for responding to the issues that have been raised here this afternoon. Copies of the Minister's statement are being made available to you in soft copy so that you can also do the subsequent analysis with your various panels. But I want to thank you that you've made time to be with us and that you've helped us to reach the country through your various platforms. We will also make available from the PR department of this ministry a number of persons who will be available to, you know, provide further responses to questions that you may have. So Cecilia will help you with that when we are done. We're very grateful to you. Wish you all the best.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM Sony Ekosiisen dwumedie no wasugusu awutie no ma yenamu nyina ase na yensan so ma makwaba bio emfamra dwumedie eso enti we are back from the finance ministry na the minister in charge of finance at the press conference at Trudra responding to some of the issues that media men erase. But before that, no, now or the abainan kasa interventions are omode egu krata so etumi editruja. A lot of them, if you ask me, yensa aka statement ni bi ewa inti amongst other things, no, the minister Eshase Emma the economic outlook as it is now and how our new see ete the abino inherited and your over the years and a challenger area senior akum any impact ewa yemen so and also minister no ebrobro so and sana oba specific measures to address challenges are odi kai ebrobro so no na specific measures no machimbe miensa edi kai expenditure cutting measures not just say aban no nioma oye na dwen se obeye afi mu no ebi wo ho a otwetwam ebi nso ho a otete so bebre. For example, first one and say, and I think when the last time Honorable Kojo upon Kromaba Hanobo, so discretionary spending is to be further cut by an additional 10%. The Ministry of Finance is currently meeting with MDAs to review their spending plans for the rest of the 3 quarters to achieve the discretionary expenditure cut. And when a follow-up from what the minister announced following the budget presentation. After so presented 2022 budget, and minister signed by Bill said, Abaya decided say ombe cut expenditure by 20% as part of fiscal stabilization and debt sustainability measures. It is how 20% no any a further 10% cut on discretionary spending. You know, inti abang spending there was statutory ones inti say was say utria jumayefo car was say loans awakoji utria interest was so na loan nankaza the friend amortization no any statutory fund bi ho a was so payment no utumi eye any sa no nti enomo no ewo ho ansan what discretionary the abaya na just okay ministry way department way agency way man will say for this year and it's idea no but I mean kwa man so na fe yen starting picking reactions from other stakeholders for the minister and do you mind you say or kasafa expenditure cut or share fuel prices and the abaya area to bring the cost down city depreciation near more year to arrest the depreciation of the city my young Konianko parliament the deputy ranking member on the finance committee in Ghana's parliament, the Honorable Isaac Adongo Ewa Homanoso. Honorable Akwabe Ekosiisen saying Suni.
Yeah, me Joso na me chaone anyway for now.
Etie for Ejo. So you tell on can I check a couple me there.
Nyamina don't say anu say no mama edenti. Oya to me drive eko do fia. No academic.
Yeah, me too. But me pacho utimi jebre etie finance minister there.
Pa, as you say, in common or share so be dealing then a common here ye Ghana ye punctual and a sikasem. Nti obia one Minister of Finance ewo nkitamudie na yana ye hwe won dimaso na say yenya daji na yeti asama okanu na ehese emwo bi wo ha yebetimi e amana nti mitie.
Okay, from the Utie and of course, I mean, I started my background, near my challenges, and all of them. I feel my measures, and I think the Ghana Nibia now share him any specific measures are being Edigua Kwemu. He's gone through all those measures. We impressed, me pacho.
No kwa woman say we obi a wonim Ghana sikasem enhyehyɛ na we obi a wonim sikasem hyehyɛ no sa nkoni yi a how na hokyere a edeba ene ye ne amansan enyina omotwa ehia omo na eto da bi na yentimi anje efuto no ama na endu se na epe na yekopa wachew na omope kakra edebe so ase no se utie nsemo a kanofo ya kaka ya na obie ni ho no ma wonim sikasemu a odi papa ya semu yi ebeto aso no nsema o kan ye no e de hu kase bi ana abamu na ayese omode ka sikasemu no aya amanyosem na omunye omadwe se omubema Ghana akuku dama omunim kan sikasemu ombetimi aboa no ede omu ahoɔden abeta wachi na enokra ka kire Ghana fo eni hyehyɛ a ɛsese yeye sɛ ɛyɛ ade enyono anan enyono no na yɛde beto apono no eno no na ɔmayɛ ɔmadin sɛ ɔmonye na ne ɔbɛkan na akɔyɛ sɛ me krom kasa no yɛwɔ baby me pese me kan frafra sɛ ma sana de fo norkonen ma taete norkola bi eme nete se obi a sebio onhu ade no se ekuro bi beda ne nan na yema no painkiller no ofa na wonte ya onu biemu a aya na odwun se ekuro no ewu ndi we ya oye a ekina ni kinachi na nkofo waso nkofo agum na obi kan se ne opese otie dwen se no ebema ehawa yewo mu no ayera no etise de wafa painkiller na wonhu ekuro ni ntino dwen se ekuro na wu na nso ekuro no eda so adidi mu a eno na okoye ne
It is a measure specific measure, especially because of when here a woman, the expenditure cutting measures. For example, Honorable, or say discretionary spending further cut by 10%. Earlier, no man announced 20%, so almost 10%. These times call for the efficient use of energy resources into fuel coupon allocations for all political appointees, heads of government institutions, including SOEs, effective 1st April, almost so by 50%. Abai impose complete moratorium on the purchase of imported vehicles for the rest of the year. Or said this will affect all new orders, especially 4-wheel drives. And we will ensure that the overall effect is to reduce total vehicle purchases by the public sector by at least 50% for the period. Again, Abai Edi moratorium asiato all foreign travels except pre-approved critical or statutory travels. Government will conclude ongoing measures to eliminate ghost workers from the government payroll by end December 2022. Almost a renegotiation of the energy sector IPP's capacity charges by end of Q3 for 2022. And almost to further reduce excess capacity payment by 20% to generate a total savings of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis. In fact, Wakase, all these measures, no, se wukabomwa, ebema abaino etimia save be 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. That should be huge.
But oh, pen paper, but some no ye mass ye calculation make a credit. Why?
Me pacho you want me pen me paper me fancy here. Me fancy here. And my main kind here for Safe now do a feed na to her. Mene Honorable Isaac Adongo Nedin Kowa, deputy ranking member on the Finance Committee in Ghana's Parliament. We are picking his reactions to in Samoa and the Finance Minister Eddie Atuja. Honorable, me pen ni paper na ready me pacho.
Yo. Isika akoma ya de more kind of foreign Ekosi 145 billion Ghana cedis. Okay, there.
That's for the 2022 budget, no?
Yes.
145 billion, okay.
Or say, or test 145 billion so by 20%.
Me pachawai.
The 20% of 145 billion, amount said 29 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Yes. Or say, he wants to feather. He used the word feather. Or feather or sabete discretionary expenses so by 10%.
By 10%, me pacho.
So discretionary expenditure, a capital expenditure. Budget in 16 billion. 10% is 1.6 billion.
Yes.
Moi.
Yes.
and sana goods and services.
Yes.
And also 6 billion. Now 6 billion no, and more 10% yes I. And yes, 600 million.
600 million, yes.
Into the 600 million, no, become 1.6. No, so you 2.2 billion.
2.2 billion, yes.
Into what goods and services, so any capital, so discretionary by 2.2 billion. In addition to say, what take the entire budget so by 29 billion.
Yes.
Into the 2.2, cut 29 billion now, 20% now. When you're 31.2 billion. Mwa.
Yes.
Mwa.
Yes.
The total deficit no is 37 billion.
37 billion, yes.
And the 37 billion. Now what the expenditure so by 31 billion now? Seneka.
Ebeka 6 billion.
Ebeka 6 billion.
Yes.
And this Ebeka 6 billion now. A year then a 37 billion deficit no. Amount 7.4%. Now say what it way na so we are. Obede Gina 7.4%. Our bra deficit now move 37 billion to 6 billion. Nana? Nana?
Honorable Mitio pa.
Wako odisiu maya ya vududa.
Dabi.
Say we me no na ye masi.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Good. Into budget no deficit naka 6 billion no. And so deficit no and from meanwhile, Osasi revenue krana and ma deficit 37 no. Obeye Jumadin amanasa kosru biem.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Na de be wi asia krana wa hwe ya revenue no edibeka. And so odegina 7.4. And onim say omo no omo kasa no omo ye financial analyst a omo two investors no efo. No mo discover Ghana. Now you omo 419 we ya. Uwi a wakotena wasa no ti. Se wa bo modern. Yenu biem. Oh, 2022 budget no.
I think I have the soft copy here.
Mami chira page bi uwi a why?
Okay.
Page 332.
332.
Okay, say. O se omo ko bobosia $2 billion a year approval ye man or budget minimum for foreign financing. Foreign financing and liability management.
Yes.
Osha sa page na obon say appendix 3A summary of central government operations 2022. Under foreign financing total borrowing 12.4 billion Ghana cedis. And 7.6 billion project loans. And here no work as about
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Anna Baku and no your friend sovereign. Into sovereign no a bini Eurobond, a bini green bonds, a bini term loans, and a bini others. And no work as about Sabotian. And no Ekosi 4.5 billion Ghana cedis. Nana for calculator na enya must be. 4.5 billion Ghana cedis. Any sika parliament amma wa kwenya say obetimi akobo bosiano awa monone a enye project financing. Eno na woka ho asem a wo say akoti $2 billion. Yen fa ne say yen mano 7.50 pesos to the dollar. Who divided 4.5 billion by 7.5 cedis to the dollar? $600 million. In Japan, $1.4 billion. Next, say, Oba increased deficit by $1.4 billion, which is not programmed in the budget. So, in one breath, OTT and normal Yebawa Kohuma say, what is over 31 billion? And so, Bobusia, I borrow so $1.4 billion. I would cut the I would cut the potty. So, I said, Mammy Musa, Mammy can't equal Sa 2 billion or more.
Yes.
And yet, dollar any chromono, Sika no Mokabobo. And yet, $1 per dollar could be a jano. anti no kobobotia no the 2 billion abegugem. Enya wo mo a omo de fra mo no de omo sika ba ha omo beto bonds a omo se na eduru no omo mpe omo ton no omo age omo sika no na omo age omo dollars akoba community o aban ebosi a wabo a sesi a yewo sika ewo about 45 billion Ghana cedis of debt service na ewo ne budget ni mo na what you mean say ebe no aban here $1.6 billion a odiko tia sansi ho no tieni yo aban enya 2 billion na aban ebubumra oni omo de bosia no omo bebo ya bosia no omo hihia omo ye na aban bebu so there will be a default in the payment of our debt service
on Asempa FM.
And this our debt service no ye omo de bosia ne boy amonone ni omo kwati de ya omo ba ya omo be di fish di kinkin no ehun si hu no ni asefo a omo ba betia no ekosi $1.6 billion and more omo hia sa sikai enimanimu ya anya sa Ghana ye de akoko ne se ye beba bedane sa kuro na ye se yentimi ntia we nya yentia o yentimi ntia yentimi ntia no na osia no na wo de tia sa mo na ne fo bosia na okobo ya isi hu ne duru no eno na o de dollars nya dollar ye de ba beto Stanbic Bank na opedi akonya enye dollar ye de ba forex bureau na uhia bia wakwa akwaje we ye amanyo bone ni sunsan so a akodru pepenso bia se nya 1.6 billion animo ya ye ho bekire yen sa 1.6 billion no emu $850 million na omotimi edi hu nkomo a omo ye ho syndication among some banks a enno ya no omo saka term sheet a mo heso mbetimi enya 850 na ni aka 1.250 no atonjom eno na onka say liability management unim say interest payment and liability management
yes
also kind of the liability be share so that interest coupons na edru no the people will hear say oh he said something says can o mo be you know amo di bi be tia onka nana enye me kan eno eki say sa cabinet ho no me say nka ye headmaster bi ti say Professor Adai nanka ye dike na no shipa sheninsa ye ka chom say manfa Ghana nyedwuma na manfa adwimpa ebeba Ghana tumpon a obi empia me hwemo akopem say mo amobedi atum say say mo yedwuma den
no ba honorable
na omo nya nya omo be ye ya omo be ka say mo etinko ya Minister for Finance for the past 2-3 months one nam say o take to 20 ana wo take to there and there afi be ka say scientist so ni na be ka kwoti say ya which me can say
yeah but honorable say Osha I think the Ghana for bebre na including independent analyst nyina aka ene say abayi enhwe na omonso cuts in their spending, especially the lifestyle of government and clearly paying some and the finance minister be good, Jano. Timo say because for example, Omaka said cabinet approved that ministers and heads of SOEs to contribute 30% of their salaries from April to December 2022 to the Consolidated Fund. We would like to thank the Council of State in their leadership in complementing the government on this policy. And you can see clearly, sir, they've taken that initiative to want to bring down government spending, cut some excess expenditure, and to send the right signals to the Ghanaian people. Osei, I don't know, who here?
Nana. On sa brofa kesi o kan ya o so kan bi pam no cham no ni nyina ekosisika pudo wa
eno ano no
sa no ma ni nyina no ma keka siani a wa bo no tofa say e 20% of the budget sa no ma ni nyina na wa keka ni na kosi tofa o say e 10% of discretionary expenditure
yes
ne wo ye ne say sa 20% no na wo kire kire n'ani so
say apart from 20% on the budget 10% on discretionary expenditure, no, we appointee salary almost at so by 30%.
So 20% I'm calculating, I mean, 29 billion.
Yes.
Salaries, room. Goods and services, room. Even part of interest payments. So, I say, mobile very reprofiling of the public data. Now, the interest now go down. And only 20%. It is 20% of expenditures. I know what church you say, sir, in a way, and it's here, a bit lead it to 20%. And I make sure say, so 20% in the swing transfer. I mean, no year calculation. It could see 31.2 billion Ghana
cedis. Yes.
Not as a Busia Crank, Yako Bobe 31.2 billion. I was 37 billion no crown. Yende here. Into about 6%. Into about 6 billion Ghana city.
Yes.
So 7 billion on the Katakosi say, and November deficit 7.4%.
7.4.
It is what is swap at 31 billion. Other than I would 7.4.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's I get that argument. It means
why can no crowd try when you want to say over to the beer? Well, we are in answer. No, Nipa no to see only 6 billion Bosiano, which is even more. I mean, far less than domestic debt. Borono. What does they see our foreign market no crano? Bosia $2 billion. $2 billion. They can and they exchange with more. It's about 17 billion. Other than we have 6 billion deficit. Now we think about Bosia
2 billion,
17 billion. What do you say?
Yeah, I get you.
And on a metro say, in addition to 37 billion, no kako see na say, or come here boy trinko no mon take. And the kudeza metro mon take say compensation. I am employee workers in that for. And no one could see almost 44.7% of a digital Ghana. And Sana, if you want to know, 46.7%. O come here no bomo o tax revenue na 91.4% there. Assembly, this assembly nyam. Common fund nyam musika. Gas fund nyam musika. National health insurance nyam musika. Exim Bank nyam musika. Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund nyam musika. So just a bobosia no tia sakai. Because it will cost you about 124%, because I know quite 33% of your tax revenue. It will himself the dear you will bet me a cat. And no dinner, what we say? Revenue now can be a 1 million revenue. Into my uncle Bob Bosia $1.4 billion. And Kakomana Parliament de Mayeno, may a budget reviewer, they are a pebble of Fubia Catcher. Nana no Munya. The player did not know true. Now, Saban when you and agents obeyed Madindia.
Honorable
revenue, who's revenue the cost of West Furniture from by 31 billion. Now, so that Sabo $2 billion. You are $2 billion, and the queer woman say, would the car is who car $1.6 billion as out here any money we are. And on our Cobosian, also see the swag. It will pump into the economy. Then, Nipa now ball with Siana, who Babe Pianacan, or Tiamonone. I'm on an Indian Chelsea law, $10 and euros, no pounds. And two Bob with Siana, I'm on a Nipa now, Cobo, Nebosiano,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Honorable Metawasi, yeah, Metawasi, not just say, sir, if indeed, sir, expenditure cut or more can was 7, Sebeye Juma Pa. I was saying a reflection on your budget deficit. 7.4, and I was saying about from.
Because we start to revenue crown, and that's our cost. If I say Yira cry, as a Bosnia friend Bosniano, you can turn it to me and CBD. That is the implication of in common near the year. Over here, I was talking about Bosnia $2 billion. Not just only in year. One kind of crunch saying it will be a no worries, Musa. No, Becca. That's the subject, you know. And so who said, oh, my man can't himself. No, yeah, Sabosian almost so Jenny said, Sabosiana Costrama, you're dead to GDP, I could do Pensobia. Yakoji at 2 in a detention home, nti yenye bibia nyem pomtuduma nti munya na munsia no se okoji $2 billion asa be kan no ho na no so se debt to GDP be ko be 87 do baby ansana oria no to ria wasanto asa trend ho e wo saa ya wakoboy ho nti e se obi a ofe droboni ni aka se droboni bekun wanu mun se ya ma ye se weni mu a ye hu se cirrhosis will liver be ko ani e ka se dai appetitinum aso ba ya so o sa anopai mo ka se menya appetitinum na me da ha me pepo santententen no me fa nchiro ko dina ba wa me dey one thought no e se won se me ho agina ho withdrawal pangs of a drug abuse person. You have abused these loans, it has become poison in your system. You say if you don't bring additional poison, you will die. You are when you say some poison you have to
This year budget, no, what Parliament approved, more approve external financing before the government,
external financing. And I mean, I may say. Net now could see 4.5 billion.
4.5 billion. Okay.
4.5 billion Ghana cedis.
Okay.
Who is changed by 7.5? Minka 8.5 or 7.5. And who could see $600 million?
$600 million. Yes.
Never said how could $2 billion. Now there's $1.6 billion is how could in an anon. And no naswa. Ayo de one coposiana. Na Ghana be yen tintia ekrom o se le dia so de yen tia eni o ka se yen tia ho ti o ka se yen tintia
o ka se yen tia Paris club na ebe yiwa fim
Paris club be ye be to mu bibia be kwa mono ne wa ban o president kwa ko du amono ne awa ye be di plane na wanantia ba Ghana nti yen tia no etwam Seviano, yes, Tintia Nebaso. Abai will be doing the economy. No, yes, Tintia Abai.
One other critical thing, said what kind of revenues and so I bet me a generate a woman. So share revenue because a lot of these calculations hinge on yen revenues. Abaya said this year, no. They expect to increase in revenue generation. In fact, many GRA 14 come out the last time. No, almost your targets is here, no, and around 80 billion Ghana cedis. So we share a buying revenue measures are minister announcing and then or say one begin the implementation and collection of the revised property rate by the end of April 2022. Implement the EVAT, e-commerce, e-gaming initiatives by end of April this year. Roll out the simplified tax filing mobile application for all eligible taxpayers by July 2022. Impress upon Parliament to fast-track the passage of the e-levy bill, tax exemptions bill, and fees and charges bill. That's very critical. Point number 4 here, very critical. Is this something Nana. Parliament is
Nana.
will be supporting them on, Mipacho?
Nana.
Honorable.
E-levy. Since you are done infante for some. One thing who say of the capos na kwa monone and now of elimina na koya. I would ya kon ya sayani. E-levy, yes say na yaresa our parliament. And o sorry what the e-levy na ntakrade. Ya beti yeso di nedru ho. Adia beti yeso di na mtamale. Ensu bebi a na yaresa no ewo kwa port ne de o ma. Ensu ko bebi a wo say aboya foye a wo de nam yi. Parliament na ese me okwaje yaresa. Na ye de ne kwa ye suro so mbeku no. Onso a onfa ne ma. Na na ye beti parliament every January ebesi nei. What say the e-levy abedan?
Debbie.
But what is the e-levy abedan?
No, what I know is say more finance committee in there. You've dealt with a bill, right?
You see, that is another challenge. It is a bill, no, any aban se moi. Aban come na o nena mo edi no, and no pass on again. Ya na esen ke nenam, me say bill bi abeto yenim. Na ye pe margin Yakwa Yankwaya then. Oba Yan Uber Posia say, Yan certificate of agency. And I catch say, Sir, and she say, we know. And Yan to say, Yan no certificate of agency. And none to quiet Koyano. Nanya, you live in no crown como I do. Now, sir, a beya, ye baby, he live with Nedumani in the word Jumani na Dakoro. And I catch a Dakoro there. And Yadia, I say, it's my answer. If you are, they say, I'm not that you live in more among Famba. More more control government business, our parliament. See, any affair, any minia, friends and agree.
I'm not on pre.
I'm not on pre. Mona mo try eduma mo pese fine.
Ekosiisen.
Ye betra ho be bosumi mi ensenie no. Mo fa ebim ba say aban eduma we na mo pese ye mam. Nso na mo say edin. Say minority. And so minority doesn't control business on the floor. More fine more other papers so. More business statement and maso. One now share a buy a juma so parliament no. One for a juma be a medai say a buy says a juma way who a hundiano pa. And Timothy Namundi hunduma na a buying team from Koya juma. Si a beja to my yadiatum. Yan into Muswa, yan into. Me anyatum anasa yadiatum. I know there okoboy koedua. Yet was it.
Yeah, but no question. I mean, honorable.
Sorry, the dilemma of the ghost. Now, he levy one in Nambetia Parliament. Now, I and one quad.
No, but honorable, the enemy Busane say, as we speak, no, the bill has gone through the committee. You're trying to say about plenary to go through more first reading, second reading, maybe amendment one or more. Is that not where we are now?
Why the control this process?
Okay.
Why no determine government business? I say a fan of law.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
I know Muntaka na ye, and Haruna na ye. Abai ne party. Emra chef one now omo do manimu from leadership of the majority. Omo na so omo call leadership ni tabaka so eneju abedie no ana week ebe ya pesa ka ye hwe aban sikasam hye ya fe no ilebi. Inti ye de hye ye nwoma no so. Na ye ne aka say baby ye nye ready ana ye ready. Wo fa mai. What do other paper business statement ba na ebusa opra obeka brofo keke. Uwiena adekina ye the other paper eno na ye agenda for the day na eni so na me azekadongo masore say ye bom ekutia say ye na ye say ilebi ye beku ni ti no mpacho ye ilebi ne e wa bra eni ehise ya ye ba bedi hojuma
wo parliament ne mu
nti atro omo say so omo pe ilebi a omo nya so omo di ilebi no nam bebia na omo de namwa se omo de nakọ osofo bonfire mame omo de ne kọ odisini ho aka parliament ahonso na yansa no
yeah ba
omo de ne namwa na fe aboyi ewuwie na omo de ne ba parliament no bewu a na mo na mkunu na say parliament ekunu
ba eba parliament say eba say eventually omo de ba na mo nso mo ye representative of the people no minister Chiremu a omo the town hall meetings akoko for the attack the tamale wa anywho now the omanfo kenyina ne say they want everyone to pay taxes, they want government to be accessible, they want parliament to get on with its work, they want employment for the youth, they want agrarian industry to thrive, they want us to tackle our debt problem and raise more revenue and to prosecute offenders. Enti minister bone tofa say omanfo ne say 11 de omo pe de omo hia ne accountability, transparency from government. Indeed, will that reflect in parliament? Monso mo beji atum. Said your man for so
yes ko fie no. Ye ne ye persuasive for coding komo no. Omo ka say say 11 ne de omo mpanichi. Menso na omo de omo asema me say memra memedi ho adwuma for parliament.
Yes.
Omo anka ne minister ka kire ona nkire mi o. Ade omo ka kire me ne say adongo 11 no yempe so do ko now the waje ko pasi ilebi ba na ye hu se what tia ilebi a ka hu se unko biem eno no mo ka kire me
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
nti eno na me di adwuma What in the making? Now, can operate acquire no? O man can't tell me there. That as a semi proyeno, or Monteso. O man can't tell me there. Or no company, data bank. Any chance they do a company, Black Star Brokerage. Or no dear any more couple of Bosiama Ghana. It's a home fast one. Or when you throw in Yamu Pepe. Or man can't tell. Or Yana Yentia e-levy. Now the own foul company. Now finding fast water. Moi. That is here no. Sani a train was school. Sani a train was school say data bank in place camera no. Na ye de kakra na ewa e wallet mu no yen san fam betua no ka mmoa okwa ere yankan no ankyere no sa wanti a me ka ten say asem o mo de tifie no no o mo ni nye ese data bank ne Black Star Brokerage ana o ma bobo sia ma Ghana ye egu no a o mo na o mo di fees e di commission na ye de yentia ye mo no e no ka ho bi na o mo se me yen ntum. So I'm saying,
about say the paragraph number 37.
On Asempa
Also, your government, the Akufo-Addo administration, is determined to turn things around and has the skills, discipline, and compassion to do it. But to do so, we must not allow our fortunes to be misdirected by speculators and naysayers, those who only thrive when we allow avoidable uncertainties to hold sway in the affairs of our nation. Government will, by this, appeal to Parliament to put the nation first and work in partnership to serve the people of Ghana right. Paraphrasing Psalm 122 verse 7, and that's Psalm 122:7, sorry. I pray that peace be within the walls of Parliament and sobriety within its towers. It is a more hard by honorable.
Nana. Obompae no ntinyankofo kan yi na sutre se adwuma wode data bank ye no egu oman no nyankopon yi na sutre se enye se wa wode o company ebe ye adwuma wa office na wa se pianika ye ne ono wane na odo Ghana do ye no e wo ye ni ensem ana ye ne Ghana no enye minister ene ne nkofo Ghana eya ankura kwa omo chiro omo si yempe enka asem traban na omo asetremu ehin ha ho ndi so obedi di asem say ye naysayers na ye de nyen a ye ken
but also say ne bompire by the end of March
papa o bompire wi a okodu office ya enche bi obetro check ama data bank
the all can say the all can say by the end of March, all things being equal, e-levy will be passed. One te hono.
Nana say no dia minti me hu do sini bi okọ no ha akoyi na sutre se o he mu no. O he hu mu no. Wo hu se apase. Ja me se hu mu na ka kire. Nti se hu mu ada na o twan ama end of March. Because me hu se apase e-levy. Me so me kan kire me say e-levy no ma approve. So we are watching Pobia on country. Na yenja 11 commodity. Since we who on country.
Honorable
na atem di dia o di dia say ye say and speculated. Ejuma can no for at the Ghana no. Ya ka se ka ho asema ade betin. Ya se obi a ye hu so wo Ghana esro woni mu. A wo de Ghana di ni ye edi ni nokura mu. Awo no ankasa emfa kwan bia so enya mfaso emfi Ghana ho no abeka asema kire yen.
Honorable Nami Busa say the legislative arm na a critical arm of government. And they are executive na are making move. Say almost salaries na are then almost so by 30%, no. Wow, we a member of parliament, a member of the legislature, no. Would you also advocate for same? Say, be our colleagues, no. Mun show some leadership in these trying times. Now, money salary cuts, kakra, just to rescue us from Bibia Yakwa Kudu CCA.
Indeed, or a Kusanko Moko, now continue, and two more. Can operator so much or move fees now, or move the data bank at Chenu, or move Tibi Mamia, make that salary in Amanako. Why?
Oh, Davina said also who said,
Nana, and no cry, make a crown, say, and for small when you know as dying we muno. Only moral right, some of the salary catatrobi. Me, or victim is salary to me for
Hey, now some men are
now, when you didn't say. When you didn't know, yes, and I'm more fun of the said, I'm a Ghana to 12 pounds a year. Kakrana, Medija Mimano, and then money, the consequence, no, Mesamba Town. I have a room in Kosovo.
Oh, now say other appointees are almost 30%.
So, almost Bemu, almost fuel, who is almost here of fuel. Who is here of fuel?
Asempa FM.
Obey.
Meet you, honorable.
You can't say yes, fuel allowance. So, who is here of fuel? Namon you fuel 5 years. Na me make a crano me fanto fuel. Na u go buy any we are. Me sa de me kakra na be kan. Sa ne no.
Enti
what the catch them sa na ya.
Any proposal for MPs to receive salary cut will be rejected.
It's a waste of time.
It will not happen.
I say it's a waste of time. By even contemplating it is a sin.
Hey.
From the way these people have taken advantage of our country, to think about cutting somebody's salary in parliament is a sin.
Wow. That's really interesting. Ain't he? But I think I'll leave you with also the quotation or the ending in his speech.
The quotation is them one baby.
Oh, sir. Where do I say?
No. In 2017, Jesus fed the multitude with 5 bread and 2 fishes.
We also Jeremiah 29:7.
Nana,
also seek the peace and prosperity. Alright, I don't go. Ma mena si bibiania ye beba ba bedin komobio. Why?
Me so me da was ne akwenya odi amame.
Yeah, that's the deputy ranking member on the finance committee, the Honorable Isaac Adongo and Motene. Can Ekosiisen saying Suni Asempa 94.7 FM. But one other critical thing, me did say the mube brain now so essential share nim the issue of fuel prices. Of course, about the city depreciation area, okay, say Bank of Ghana take measures be announce wa hama mu nyina mote say omo increase policy rate by some 17%, 250 basic point. And finance minister said he expects and will lead to one bringing down inflation in the long run. A bit me see the only way etimi abafom. But the here menewo how much we buy fuel at the pumps. Into the fuel price mitigation measures being so atuja. And say okay more. Okay, Ewaha Osei. The rising prices of fuel at the pumps is influenced largely by the rising crude oil prices on the international market and the exchange rate depreciation. Though the rise in crude oil prices should have been to our benefit on net basis, Ghana's import of petroleum products amounts to 5.2 times the value of the proceeds from its crude oil exports. In 2022, we exported $3.947 million, of which Ghana's portion, okay, it should be billion. Yeah, I should think it should be billion. $3.97 billion, of which Ghana's portion, 513 million Ghana cedis. However, $513 million. However, we imported $2,719,000 of crude oil and finished product. The purported windfall gain in foreign exchange is a mirage. Wow. From January to date, the average ex-pump price of diesel and petrol have increased by 57% and 45% respectively. Unlike in other countries where the hike in crude oil price and exchange rate volatility are leading to shortages in supply of petroleum product, government is implementing measures to guarantee constant supply of petroleum product to mitigate the impact of the rising price of petroleum product at the pump. For the next 3 months, government has decided to reduce margins in the petroleum price build-up by a total of 15 pesos per litre with effect from 1st April 2022. And I don't know any Duncan Dean come on, say among common more expected saying our buying better free so. Okay, 40 something pesos. Yeah, maybe we'll get him back again. But a buying announcement on I say almost 15 pesos from every litre.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
15 pesos from every litre. And almost a free so with effect from 1st April. And as you see a litre, chum, check a litre you're saying is here. Say again. 6.8. And 8.5 cedis, right? 8.5 cedis. And almost 15 pesos. Hey. 15 pesos. Okay. In the 15 pesos, I just say, so we talk a gallon. I say a gallon is 4.5. 4.5 liters na 1 gallon. In the 15 pesos by 4.5, they're saying. Let me see. 15 pesos is 0.15 times 4.5. Okay, that should be. Hey, now you remember what they're saying? 67.5 pesos. 67.5 pesos from, unless I'm getting the calculation wrong, but 67 point. Maybe yenya Duncan, we can interrogate the numbers, no, a bit more. Now you said the nioma ebesiako, but that's the announcement from government. Say, where the margins in the petroleum price build up are a buying per se oyi free soon 15 pesos per litre. In the bust margin, we're reducing it by 2 pesos. UPPF margin reduced by 9 pesos. Fuel marketing margin reduced by 1 peso. And primary distribution margin is reduced by 3 pesos. We have Duncan. In my many Duncan amu and Ninkomoto Nafe, Yemra Metro. So Duncan here, Executive Director Macro-fiscal. Duncan Akwaba. Bokordia.
Obi.
Ejebo. Yeah, I can see that. But Ejanya Babidu. Let's interrogate the numbers a bit more. See, as I share calculation na wahana. Minister say, government has decided to reduce margins in the petroleum price build-up by a total of 15 pesos per litre. 15 pesos per litre. See, from checks and then a litre of petrol, saying.
Obi. Over the big three now. Averaging about 9.6, 9.7. The big three for petrol. For diesel, and then I'm 10.4 average.
Okay.
There are others who are even trading at 11 for the same diesel, while petrol is trading at 10.4, 10.6. And the big three, seem to rather have lower prices at this point. Name what the explanation would be, but averagely, petrol, diesel, you're doing about 10 credits at this time.
Okay. In the fun is a 10 cities. Fun is 10 cities per litre.
Safely.
Okay, 10 cities per litre. And this announcement means for every 10 cities, I buy 15 pesos na dear free. So is that what it means? Ain't 15 pesos, no? Because I don't know what say so we share fuel now. Say it doesn't matter how small the reduction would be, so we're aggregating numbers now, it is huge. Does that mean say 15 pesos no substantial na?
Obi, if you were in very normal time, Obekaya, na ya 2 pesos, 20 pesos, 9 pesos, 10 pesos. This would have been significant. Unfortunately, prices they could do 10 cities, Near I'm 8 cities, Obi. Somewhere even at 7 cities, and the mark could do 10. And it gives you an indication that we are not very normal time. And one would have expected the Minister for Finance would take advantage of the seeming goodwill to demonstrate further goodwill from his outfit. Unfortunately, I'm afraid.
Ba me ba wo. Money omo koye meeting on Monday. On Monday ye frail. Nioma mu propose ye no. Say yemfa ne say so omo je sa 4 or 5 tax handles in the price build up now. Nani nyina amounted to say 40 pesos. Was it 40 something pesos?
Na amounted to be 56 pesos.
56 pesos.
Yes. 56.
And when it proposals now mo dem are buying.
Yes, Obi.
And because I recall, say, Oka said, you cannot ask government to scrap everything into almost all of them. Oka are buying for half. Now you're into your half, right?
Yes, Obi.
In this half, no, and then 56 pesos, no.
Sa pepe, Obi. My main chair was saying, the Honorable Minister for Finance, Aye Area, on tax, be so. What operators margin? Oka UPPF. Let me say the home combo. The other transporters, oil transporters.
Yes, yes.
And no yati ebiso 9 pesos. And a PDM yati a BF so. And also a transporters Esika yati be a free so.
And 9 pesos men are okay because okay UPPF 9 pesos yes. Yes.
And no and yeah, buying tax.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
A transporters margin. And the offer items na yatitina bedrew 15 pesos no. They are largely margins and not taxes.
Yeah.
Hona ye disappointment wo. Obi ye di kind estre Minister for Finance. In fact, my main fanto record so before the meeting no. Na driver for no. They were up in arms. Oba my officer, Oba to one kind crab 7 at a time. Now to find a way to also balance their issues, well, you're near buying discuss. Your hope is buying by your home baby. And now Obi special petroleum tax, 46 pesos. Special petroleum tax, a tax I did 2 petrol so. Wambra. Now crude prices are dropping from the 50s to 30 and 28. In the year the total, say a buying revenue are all pay from the year to akotono. Nensanka. In the year koto petrol no. Yentia kakra and so a buying asene. Obi, the reverse is the case today. They are buying extra $60, $62, or gaining 100 at least for most of this new year.
Yeah, but how a windfall argument, no? Minister, we're shooting it down.
Obi, because of my highlighting so many names I no one share there.
Okay.
Figures now okoti, or say okot. I think that would be my the special petroleum, the taxes,
Yeah.
SPT at the time now crude board form into the year to akotono sikan kebenya sebenya be $400 million na esobeti about 250 because now crude no swati into the tax share petrol so say me no won kotu akakra nka ho so that ebetimi support upstream there no Obi, that logic, it didn't sound good, but we have to agree to it because I'm buying a Hiesika. Now, the reverse is the case. I'm buying persisted 2. I'm buying 100. And Ube Bisa said, "Sa special, no? Does it come to play any further?" Yeah, I'm finding I'm buying here in actual sense, or here 80, but our budget is 62. And he said, "Onya 80, or be comfortable." And he share finance minister, your proposition is a special petroleum tax, although ordinarily you should take everything out 46, you know, because we are in difficult times for 23. A half. Nature Obi is also half. That is not even for the whole year. 3 months. Now you observe what the BDC and the Bank of Ghana meetings or discussions dollar be pumping into the system, no? What the impact or outcome could be. 3 months. The whole year. That was special petroleum tax 23 pesos. Who check 46 in the movie, you know?
Yeah.
Obi, Menyuni said this is a very bad, agreement, and and I call price stabilization and recovery levy.
Okay, thank you. Maybe because of time, and because of timing, you know, I would want us to do it this way. We now know, at least from what the minister has said, reduction of buying announced 15 pesos, no? It did not affect any of the taxes in the price build-up. At least, yeah, established here, no? Nina margins. In fact, he goes on to say, the NPA is in discussion with OMCs to reduce their margins further within the spirit of burden sharing. And maybe there will be some further reductions in that regard. Ebions will say, we anticipate that the measures taken to strengthen the currency will help further stabilize the prices at the pump. It means says city started gaining strength kakra. Yebehu some reduction be at the pump. Are they all points you agree to, Mepacho?
Obi, the first point, which is they are in negotiations with OMCs to reduce margins.
Yes.
Oh, yes, was that all that the finance minister today did, margins into no boss margin, you 2 pesos out of 9. PDM, primary distribution margin.
You 3 pesos.
You be a free so. Unified Petroleum UPPF.
Yes.
And also another margin.
Yes.
You be a free so.
Yes.
And fuel marking margin. You 1.
1 peso.
What it means, levy, levy be but what the OMCs and some of the BDCs are even communicating with me. And they said at the time or now, cost of their operations, especially the transporters, almost petrol now, and almost margins, no, yatis or no. Petrol no cost what incidents. On the margin now, or they move products no from point A to point B, no, yatis. So the operators are being squeezed. Government and especially the finance minister took not a single shave. A better thing, so we would expect that OMCs would sit with government and agree that almost cost of operations, you know, almost margins, no more squeeze margin, no further. Omra Abai took no shave. That is the problem. Obi, I can share some of the messages with you now.
Yeah.
And I know your problem. Secondly, BDC intervention, no? Obi, admittedly, if the Bank of Ghana gave the BDCs enough dollars to assure their importer, they will be able to work to reduce fuel prices. But Obi, we need in future continuous tense.
Yeah.
And I can assure you, the next pricing window is 1st of April. So, what CD dollar value, no? Efa plat prices are the first 2-3 days na from kakra I started pick it up no. In April you are expecting an increase.
Meaning say those other factors no might wipe out 1.6% decrease no, right?
Obi wipe no by 1st of April. And so the expectation would have been say 50 no. And sorry na SI by 20 beer. We can still tell our driver community say look, dynamics be at play. But until Monchain Kakra near Bank of Ghana intervention. But Enonya Medru here. You have not been able to get to a point where CD no a movie from 8.59 no back to 7 and now 6.5. So the most immediate intervention na enkebe sustain is Mr. Finance Minister agreeing that special petroleum tax 23 beko. Agreeing that price stabilization and recovery levy sika yeje every minute with the hope say a bo kosra ye de be so yasene no me nyini nyina ampo mfiri ho 16 pesos and 14 pesos. We said say ye half free so na half na beka no you can use it to pay for premix and the RFO. So and these were measures we requested for 3 months and 1 year.
In 1 year.
Obi, I don't think that the finance minister has been fair to all of us. I don't think so.
I get you. Duncan, what I'll do is I would end it here. But I have another date with you on the windfall argument. A minister is shooting it down. We would have that conversation hopefully next week. Why, Mepacho? Why?
Intellectually, Obi. Medase.
Duncan Amua, Executive Director, Edema, Copec, and Amotening. Can Ekosiisen Suni, a high Asempa 94.7 FM. Yes, you for those who are winning, and then a lot of reactions coming through. Minimum can say, the Honorable Stephen Amua, around. Wababe Cancer will studio. I know you're MP for the Nshiayeso constituency or a member of the finance committee, and he's in parliament on the ticket of the NPP, obviously. And he enche yebeji on also reactions to Nsema and a colleague Adongo Abeka, the Ekopek Foka, and generally what the Minister of Finance said. We'll have another member of the finance committee so join us. He is on the minority side, Honorable Richard Achampon, a banker by profession, MP for Bia East constituency. In the end, we will have an interesting economic discussion after interview. I may be in the CCNT and found some carefully. I know you would love to hear the comment of Honorable Sticker on Nkomo Yedi CCA and Adongo Maya calculations power, and Duncan so add some very interesting perspectives to the conversation in the Munshan and so MI. Mamenko Minerals Commission. We do this every Thursday, and it's dear to us, very passionate. You're very passionate about this because you know fasudi esuan yoma bebre efa Ghana your mining sector no and me see a share your friend industrial minerals wetimi go through the Minerals and Mining Act, Ghana, and say industrial minerals, very, very, very key in there. And also the Minerals Commission and a regulated Mr. Eric Emmanuel Bukari, or Assistant Manager, Small Scale and Industrial Minerals. Wabekansa Ewo Studio ha. Ora Bukari, akwabana apom to saying. As a you who watch a kakra anameboa.
Shadows ninti.
And I may say what me about Kayo. Good. In really, yen shas ye briefly in the yen share, ye can industrial minerals, I idea.
Yeah, with it, Medase, Coswechia, etia for na yada omoaso se de bia omutie. Na ye be cutting shorter industrial minerals na prepare ya na ye nyina ye dwen ko mineral traditional minerals na ye gold na bauxite na diamond. Na industrial minerals no so ye agudie bia nyankopon de ama oman no.
Okay.
Mostly na ye use no industrial setup and construction setup. Enti say ye beti asie ya mostly ya na ye sheda ma examples. Na examples ni bi ne netie. Sand a ye tree. Ebi so na gravel. Ebi so na quarry granite na ye no. Abo no. Ebi so ye limestone. Ye de friends cement
Cement.
and basalt ebi so ye neti nchini ya ye salt
and also industrial
minerals
clay
so ye industrial minerals nti saa niema ni nyina according to industrial setup ne ho niema no eno na ya classify ne say industrial minerals
and essentially no way no the importance pa ne say eno na industry use
sa nti no na ye de ye construction work efie otimu say clay no enna ye maame no ye nananom omode ya potoyo anom ne mochia anom ne ho niema no clay no so kaolin ye kaolin so ho omode ye ceramics nti o hwe saa WC nom ne ho niema ne nyina companies like Trafford omo abagana omo ye omo nyina use that type of material
no. Tiles
cement ayetoi ye limestone and omo de ye ebi so person omo use basalt nom ne ho niema enti ne nyina ye materials are into the industrial setup directly.
And as how you mean now so Ghana ha ye will be
pa
enti yes, and yes, yeah, about on where one quite so to gold, to bauxite, ne sani ma akano. Eba industrial minerals, ne so why money bit me a mine, why money to me too?
Yeah, industrial minerals need to know, and so to say all other minerals, no.
Okay.
Emrano maho kwai, say Ghana food me too, and foreigners and so to me too.
Okay.
Depending upon skill, na ombe etu no. But and so kakra ebe mu se foreigners be too, and Ghana for say too. Or minor sheda ye mrase ne be ya esan say ye de nti no ye be ye processing na ho kana ye de process no ye tesoma Ghana for no pa but foreigners ne de ye maso kakra because anema we enema ya ye tudi ye ho niema bi te say abo ne ye ho niema ye be say Ghana for ne ye ho adwuma enti no prices no ya ne ye lower na kakra na foreigners no ya idea ben ye na foreigners no so ye pese omo ba so a there should be some form of what we call value addition nti o hwe company to say 12 for omo ye tiles na ho ne mai omo nya concession no omo too clean na ye mpese omo be too clean pe dia ba ye bochia say it should be so much value addition nti omo de koye tiles no ne sa ceramics ne ma no no society no ye pese omo ba mu a they should invest sika pudu kesiye bi we don't request that type of investment from Ghanaians.
And only I think it's $10 million.
$10 million, yeah.
$10 million.
Into a share company to say try for say their level of investment is very huge.
Above $10 million.
Sir.
It cannot be less.
It cannot be
10
less.
10 million or above.
Sir.
And what it means, they say, because of the level of investment that we hear now, Ghanaians normally don't play in that sector.
No, Ghanaians play in that sector in various types of the industrial minerals.
But we are Ghanaian and so you still have to invest $10 million.
No. Ghanaians, they amount the level
foreigners.
Very well.
Very well. Enti, you say industrial minerals, no? You might be small scale. You might be so large scale.
Yeah.
In the uchremwa, a large scale, a small scale.
Yeah, the small scale in Sene Sika, no, Emrano, Sene, small scale mining, no. Emrano recognize, say, ye were more munyes kakesi. And I feel so activities, this was why you don't need a large scale. Maybe to say sun winning. Here large scale, and you may not even get a deposit as big as Lenfan say 200 square kilometers. You won't get. You will be getting a BRB to say some 4 or 5 acres. And usually in a small scale, no, restricted to concession size a year not more than 25.2 acres. And I feel so. Over small scale level, so you're Ghanaian, and they purely we won't. And he say, oh, you're foreigner now, over. That's a concession now open. In Nusa 25.2 acres, no crowd will still consider you as a large scale. Then the charges and the taxes and everything goes to the large scale level.
And we so who here lines and what me too.
And every mineral beer and a good year beer a war or mine so the here license.
It went to be here. Prospecting over here reconnaissance
it depends upon the opus or a BB to send a TSA. Here prospecting license, here reconnaissance. Why be a wako on who say BBC or an answer wako geological survey authority now omo aka cho so sa bia we sand e wo hono and no is a raw material just offer pa na woko, so you don't need much of prospecting, but what types are you need ebi a bit say gasem or more person or more limestone. Limestone, so you need to know the quality and the type of mineralogical content. Into ebia na ne kesi no so a person of fano so intino and intino you obey here recognizance and answer prospecting license. Now wait me hu dodo no ene quality na ewo ho. Send you can make projections into your
absolutely. Absolutely, I get you. Wow, into because this question is interesting. So what permit or license is required prior to a person mining industrial minerals? And also, obey here mining lease.
Obey here mining lease, no. Now obey here environmental permits. And then what's when you're mining operating permits. Every mining activity. So 3 permits or licenses, and they are basic for every mining activity.
Environmental permit no from EPA.
From EPA.
Mining operations no from Minerals
Commission.
The mining lease
from the minister.
From the minister. Through the Minerals Commission.
That is it.
Oh, okay. Inti uka sand winning. And mostly na ya yehu ultimuze baby anwia wo pa ye epoano.
Yeah.
But amanfo tu anwia wo poano so ana yes, I complain. It's a yen and wine. In the hin for pan and coffee to my sand winning.
Yeah, the air train is answer no be to in a good year piano. Yeah, away mission and vision must say a mining efficiently and effectively. Into the end say a managing ye. In which case, no so say a be managing ye be or miam ye be a untimi enye jumano ho. Into baby a bench you untimi nye juma. Unless expressly Water Resources Commission akaso say nsuo we de ebia emuasi e won netiesi enti Minerals Commission me pese sa company we eba betimu emaye, but to do it commercially we actually don't allow mining activities at ebensu and in sukesi aye o wiase nyina e empoano enti the more ukutu netie wo mpoano, that means tidal ways no ebefa kuro no. And in the wisdom of mining and the management purposes, no, ye ma license in that puano there.
In Ube Tuan, you be to
assassin so no, there are baby and but oh yena, ye ba all the application neba edo sai plan by baby a whom be a opus utuna. I say ye acquire ye pre-licensing inspection to make sure say baby na wenya no suitable for mining. Inti that is one cardinal issue. Ye bepesi ye befa. Inti you can choose anywhere you want to choose, but we will still have to do pre-licensing inspection to find out whether the area is suitable. For instance, when your baby opeso to anwia ye nsamampom. Anwia so ho pa. Ye ma wontu. Jise bia nana no maka say nsamampom no. Ye pesi ye relocating samampono and then ananom na apne so amanie ni amamre bi e so omo ye na yetimi tu san samampono fio na otimi ye wadwuma no se otimi na nananom tenase na omo ye so omo ye sa de and fine yetimi ma ho kwa ba enya sa de aye nya
constitution this every mineral is held in trust by the president on the people on behalf of the Ghanaian people in this said yes me wo me fie na minya your friend is saying me who mineral bi o me fi I was saying babebo Minerals Commission am say asieyen so na say mineral bi e wo ho a aden na ndie wo say nananom ema kwan ansa na yetimi akwakotu
say eno no sa no ye nka say nananom na ema permission no but a sign say there is a traditional setting view of yeah, fine. Says I conference. Is it almost say be a sacred grove, cemetery, and those things. A nearma a customary issues. Enti enono obia ntimi nkomu we nananom na omoye custodians of our customary and traditional values and practices and assets. Enti se nananom ekire se oh sa bia we de ewo mu say ye twa to ho asensamampum but say no nsamampom no ye pese ye yifi ho ene de fine omo na amakwan e betimi aba say even crowding nyina shrines yo ye de ye assessment EPA so ye omo assessment o mbeka se da bi but omo a eye omo dia no e feel say sa shrine yetimi tufi ho eye amane a ene fine omo na omo adwen ho say ye betimi etu afio ansana nti because ye mpesa obekwa akoye so ye mine na the conflict beba community and those things are actually conflicting issues.
Nananom makwan it can't happen.
There be in those serious.
Similarly, no. Okay, and as a for exceptional areas, i.e. cemetery and other very exceptional areas. And I can be boosted as I say a Chrome Hall Palace, for example. Na Palace, na gold or and also as an anomaly answer.
Oh yeah, say an intina a do sa level, even sometimes no for large scale mine it me ba say so to the whole crew and our village.
Yeah, that one I agree.
It's also the same thing.
Yeah, but in many instances people go to communities where they are either reconnaissance or prospecting license. Say they've been granted a license from Minerals Commission or some Babe Juma. Sometimes without the knowledge of the traditional rulers.
The point is that your license now conditions, and those conditions are such that some of them will tell you can't do this without the consent. Inti obibi obeka senenza kan license inti okwa ye djuma basano. Wa uska ube westi ansa na wa start no. Enko yesika ketwa. Inti usually no we want that consensus because whatever mineral you are mining no Emran says in the trust of the people. And it's also to be for the benefit of the nation. Who investor now will be to benefit of your profit. Then the people there too will get their benefits. So it shouldn't all be for the benefit of the investor. No, Emrano
very well. It is a me wo asase na yemfa say sand winning me wo asase anwea wo so. There is a question which says, can a chief or landowner allow a person to, for instance, win sand on his or her land? In the Miami was meet me
yeah, wo emrano portion my conditions say assassin ye wa dia. Na opeso to industrial mineral ebia sand and now sisa abo kakra edisi wa dan.
Okay.
Emrano ma ho kwan. Okay. But the moment one dream say business activity bamuno influence all the third party now be adwuma nya mfaso ne de then there should be a license.
Okay.
Okay. Sana emrano ekre for
industrial masase so.
Yeah.
Na e bia me two be the simi ame dan.
E wo assassin
so I'm allowed.
You are allowed.
Say me two free ho e masase me won sase me no.
Yeah.
Anwea wo we so me betu anwea na fria de akosi dan na o masase ba akoso is it allowed
emu twesen enya sa de obia beka se na sase ye mienu miensa edu how can we verify ni nyina abam so usually says law no I wasn't there with the framers of the law but we get the impression say un setete no ye wo atakwa me dan nom ne ho niema netie na ye de clay and as a normal sand bisa no to atakwame we to clean near you there odina odem. That seems to be the type of impression Emrano doesn't want us to criminalize that one. No, you can do it. But say in fact I got one trip of net I sign a cost easy. The business aspect is so much. And the more the business aspect becomes that means environmental issues so until we have to say hold the amount for responsible for that activity and into a license now face or multimedia ground rent and royalties near for the development of the nation.
In our licensing process, made landowner ebia and I say clay and I say limestone and I say then ewa masase so no. In the licensing process, maybe role and be player then.
Yeah, o role I play ne say onipa na eba beje asasina say obana obehu.
Okay.
Na usually there will be compensation issues. Asasina obeye so adwuma no nya asase eda hokwa. da ho kwakra ebia ne eye ne dia no ebia ochena nka obedua aburo bi wo so but wo ba betu nete wo so enti eburo no saa mre no ntimi endua enti obe depriving of ne commercial activity nka obeye anase obetimi aye wa asase no so enti emra ne se se ukohunu na wone ne ka na compensation a obenya ama no wetimi mo agree na wenya ama ebia wo kwa asase no so no wesidan kra bi wo so as juma wo kwa ebia na ebeka no so wone no ko discuss so pene so say mun relocate ni ehune ama mo aye ebia wo be ko ese na ye kan wedua moko bi ntos bi wo so na ehune ama ebia ebeka no eninti say wo ko na mo ye de be mo negotiate na compensation ye adequate any appropriate abaso ye kan say so aye pese ye council ewo that direction say wa asase bi obi betu na tie wo so no enye se okoya na wetwa ama no no otu ye mre bebre no amanfo bana won se na tie asase ne de bi wa 1 acre wa kohu asase wura ebi wo kra o mo atua Canada but process no se be natural resource inti go through a process onipa na egusu i process na asase wura kwaji scafe obi fufuro so no ono aba na odi illegal ba ne sa asase wura no chese wo boa illegal ochina nkwa wo ba na wo be complain a ye be de ne aboa enti asase wura no so your role among the community your role is to help the state also fight against illegality. It's I say we can't be everywhere at every time. The operations are many. So illegality ne kosu bebra enya dia eboye. Enti asase wura no mo ne ekrokro nde bia ye kan say ya dia every community ebe boa oman ya obi entimi nya illegal wo Ghana.
Yeah, that's true.
Enti that role no obi base obeye adwuma bisa ne say onkrata we say nkrata na ode ma no onti ase kura na come to Minerals Commission. Ye offices across the nation. Any officer obeko bia no they will find out whether the nkrata no nipa ndi aba no edimu anase ndimu ebi wa license ye de ama no ontimi nti ase pa side plan wom side plan wo ye wo schedule wom bebrenim utu side plan if you know the fufuro shemu a wo de ba ye behu because ye schedule so wo echi enti obi ba na o say obeye adwuma ana wenya nkrata asase ru ani kro so you have the right and responsibility to ask questions and even call Minerals Commission. We will always attend to you.
Very well. Very well. That's a good point. My yana mwase na madam for bakon na kwesi comes on say obi on a lighter note. So when there is gold found on my land, it's for the state. But when they see marijuana, it is for the owner of the land. Interesting. Say marijuana is illegal. Yes. But next week. But I've enjoyed and conversation. No? Industrial minerals. I mean, you say you move a brain na in him and the motimi atias here who said the new man is ete. Inti ye the best na yadamuase. Yame yadomu next week. Ye best sign so atwa so edi enkomo. Yame shramo. Right? Yadasepa. And those are our friends from the Minerals Commission. Ura Eric Emmanuel Bukari, Assistant Manager, Small Scale and Industrial Minerals. And I'm going to say, ADN Komo. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. And Komo bebre na ewo ho, you don't have to touch your dial. Na mamen kai mo sa boafo aye boaye me de Ekosiisen abremo ye wo Lifeline Properties omo de omo sensase e na omo ton omo wadansoman ADB Bank no opposite e na omo ewo ukra 10,000 Ghana cedis omenya asase ama wakasoa Atosity utua full payment wo ho na ye sign ma 20 bags of cement ye de pay so free at the amount in the Kaswa Atosity in Sase 10,000 cedis per ye won sase ni bi wa amasaman kojo ashon domeabra and a mam from Asabahan. Yensa ase nyina no kanea wo ho ye twitwa akwan atom nsuo wo ho bibia kama ubetime to 50% deposit na de aka na spread am over a year. You will free transportation I didn't go for site every Saturday 6 a.m. prompt in this Saturday you didn't go for echo fraying it was 0244 849 436 0244 849 436. Lifeline Properties, your investment is in safe hands. And your honorable Stekai Nas member na kwaba sisia na atoa so but opesa we car owner nso a Edu Motors eba ede amount usika enso a omosi tua bibi kakra na yem first kan amount na yen spread the aka no over a favorable time period. Now what me edi tua nkakra your cars for commercial purposes, for private use, yes I work and pay edema client. In this what to susu kakra nya bibi kakra na say unya full amount na what dey bra na bra betua Uma in be 10% of the cost of the car na be ma na wako use so near ma omre am wetua na nkakra ye Wakaswa Barrier Junction near Liberia Camp. Your number is 0550 342 562 0550 342 562. Edu Motors, your light has come. Provident Insurance is our car now. What on our insurance into motor insurance policy. Obey way and why a chawa dear qua. Ye promotion be a friend. The Providence motor insurance policy promo. And what they are saying is so car near car for fro. I feel now and as a why insurance that ama a woo, I would assign bra nebra be near cha dear qua. 31st March and a promotion here by your amount fuel coupons. Your assignment of branded Provident souvenirs. In a rush now, Nekwajodia T's and C's apply with Provident. Man, you are covered. In the motion and so. And a milka ubiajiatum. Yen numbi enche Jackson Bekakofabia, but mubi hun ewo yen table ye eso. Your friend cocoa milk. A GMO free milk. GMO free. Cholesterol free, dairy free, lactose free, allergic free, and a sugar free. In the one was a milk and you win in Nimino. Not just a milk, a dimu, papa. Say, doctors at Chow say, I was what cholesterol level, so sugar level, so our milk we here any. Milk with no additives, no preservatives, no flavors. And what your friend of lauric acid, it helps in the fight against viruses and boost your immune system as well. Cocoa milk, eba in 5 exciting variants. In the cocoa unsweetened, cocoa original, cocoa super, cocoa life, and a cocoa chocolate. Cocoa milk, dear masa. Vegan Society Agiatum of the UK. In the way a vegetarian and so milk was a wonom. Enono. And a FD in Swasin Agiatum, Oko NS Chemist, trading shops in Ubenya be Melcom shops, Ubenya Biato, Oko Okaishins, Wafakujo shop, Ewoho, Bicycle Lane, Ubenya Ebi Ato, supermarkets, and the shops, who is in a cocoa milk, Ewoho, Opedu Tua 0274 440 180. Na BBN Timinkoye, Ekosiisen On Asempa. Ekosiisen Suni, Haya Asempa. 94.7 FM. Yentie we emraya ba stekat nase. Richard Achampo atnase ye sha se din komo.
Asempa bia ba. Upesika akostati ejuma bi. Uhia bosia atre udwadie mu. Woye government ana private worker uhia sika de ate wo hot bi so. Woye busumi ejuma uhia scan tempa bi so. Any na quick credit be ma obosiam wachia ne kakra eye collateral free loan na susu savings account opening ni deposit BRNim de hia ne se wo ye Ghana ni na wo Ghana card se wanye adwuma afi we mu de kodia na wo na wo peo excuse BRNim for quick credit it was 0302 200 390 and na 0596 920-833. Number for Biara Frewa and quick credit. Shannon so say quick credit and malone ewo internet so. Inti Shanna Obiara and Dadao. Bank of Ghana am momu dedi ho kwan na kai say en hwehwe da ho.
Quick credit. Lending made simple.
Majami hu already.
Daddy, wait ya wa. So bia wonfa enkenye ni sasase baako. Ya to ama wo. Ato ama ni pa bebru de wo ho. Ya sama langard fu ebrim wagusue. Na Ostek property for na meka se ko hu omo no. Ekosiisen.
Na say me kuta 6,000 Ghana cedis pa. Metumi anya sase wo Ostek property.
Sa meka kire. Ko mo sase no so di deyi ankasa. Jojo wa. Asebi Shy Hills. Afrenya. Ayikuma. Asuchari Junction. So when any Chopoli airport nyina.
Me kumi kura ni 200 blocks. Any 10 cement bags. What sase no. send the pills so free no.
Who a car? Let's open so we swap it just Asempa. Hey, your mother. For Ostek Properties.
One more office no door. One more fair service no opposite. 0240-933-740 and 0266-101-406. Ostek Properties.
Oh, yes, Asempa.
So what for said day now kanya utumi luzu bibia bi enu nti na Edu Motors ewo ho wo kaa ye dada uni sika pudu adbeto foforo ko Edu Motors ono be yen hyehyɛ ama o kaa foforo for our driver's license 2 passport pictures and 2 guarantors omuni wachi enko Edu Motors netua 10% of car na openable why ye kaa o na wie ni aka no obetua no small Edu Motors dia ho to aba insurance no obetua ma free na se we engine no kra say a omo ba ko asem free to amika koye head office our Kaswa Widiba Road, Barrier Junction. Baby, I want a hoa. Me pato G number we ne fre. The betcha we Edu Motors branch a bear war. No akwajoka.
0575 047 303 Anna 0550 342 562.
Edu Motors, your light has car.
It's new, it's fresh, and more entertaining. Asempa Showbiz Reviews.
We're about to take it back. You're rocking with the best.
You've been come up with your favorite celebrity.
Beautiful Yvonne, how are you?
We made a lot of money back in the day.
We haven't had a real global artist from Ghana, apart from Osibisa.
Panel discussion.
Netflix to put your movie on their platform. If you can't match, you won't be there.
But don't forget, sounds will bet me a call into the show. No watch your watching. Name Kai. So by joining our various social media handles: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, and the Kikahu. Asempa 94.7 FM. This and every Saturday, 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Asempa 94.7 FM. Near for your rejuvenated and refreshing weekend entertainment program. Asempa Showbiz Review. Yeah, from Mel. Don't miss it. Asempa Showbiz Review.
Asempa FM.
Hey, lala didi lala. What worry has so dear? Na me dear yemia. Africa Queen Macro bonnet juma was sen. Africa Queen Macro leader what I see you. So what the year jania? Hey dance tomato sauce na go on so hey rich. Yes. A piece of war. It's a jani ne day strong kon. And nam no so se muma. Na me just nam pankwa. Wa wo bet see. Na wo bet check so. Africa Queen Macro dear. Hey grade 1. Na me say me chakwa men kwan. Na me to be good mo. Out on any terms so. Honey, oh papa, oh you ma. Me jo. Me just say, jollof, Gary photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy dear. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Intimi now. Ampa. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke. Nam papa no.
Africa Queen. Africa Queen. Shawenum keke.
Cocoa Dairy Free Coconut Milk. Cocoa Dairy Free Coconut Milk. Yakube America, or bois de diaba kube and a diaye. So would the good tea and our cocoa moa, and wapo, enti emma no pedian ye crab shankasa. Calcium ni vitamin D2 are a woman, and ma will sing new dumpimu yetting. Vitamin D12 non so boama moja no di efusani. Cocoa dear, Edriabana ediaye. Na Vegetarian Society a wo UK ajia tumpifi. Cocoa Dairy Free Coconut Milk. Jibaku sesia. Etu phone for telephone 027 444 0180. FDA ahwehwesa ejwade nkrato yimu agiatum seye. Cocoa Dairy Free Coconut Milk.
Mama, tell me master's degree program Ekano online. Maybe me investment account so mama first kakakra ngumu. Me dem.
Hey, Oba, nasa where dia ubusumi
Asempa FM.
Oh, me okay cra. Me wabusumi akete ofu frobio.
Osei.
EcoBank double salary promo idie. A free na de kodu 31st March 2022. Your customers boost me akwati ani na award no. Ye mo hu mienu e ma wenfa akọ ho crowd. Nya be ya ne se, ubebie EcoBank salary account. Anasa obeji waketia afa EcoBank na nya mo hu mienu emre yem. Fa boost me akwatia no efa EcoBank ene ya. Fra EcoBank say sia ya nje wo hwe. E wo 0800 003225. Ana email yen wo ecobankenquiries@ecobank.com.
Na den one can be bisa. Me yi me salary account ako EcoBank sisia.
Any oba, they come in home. Now be saying your free life insurance. Any ni oma baby, wa account no so.
And to check a crowd who Sakra de National Lottery Authority for Caritas platform no and EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yesterday with you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Now my contract and so say. Never na and quite down rocksters. One so chromo pan. What Jane was saying?
The contract and one nimniako. Ghana had here a band of quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Aye, rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I did roofing sheet, papa, and one cadia. Assume Ghana for. And can you say animal dear in so a boy near the Fudiachi, Nanko Toddy Bon in net Sundacha. Fred 0544 338041. Say metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Fred rocksters. Now one chawun to.
Abneni, Mami okuta chume posronko.
I've been blessed with 3 beautiful daughters.
We see no bose, obetutu ne mama mi enseni na abrabo. Mane sisi ye wo bibiare mu.
If you want to live in poverty without making something of yourself, you can do that. But I will not allow you to drag your sisters with you. Never.
Shodoa emu ohye oyechre ne akomatie wo eno sinikaya Showmax ede abenimu. Sign it up. Na hwe eno wo showmax.com. Na won so sepe bi. Wo hia enhihye bia o. To me a trim a bribia ope.
Ago! Why no? Why me or Akosianie? Hey, Akosia, blam. Hey, Joe, now then I would die when you know you soon can be seen. Not damn TV in the Susui and a fridge is an agent. Yeah, one pass them. Oh, yeah, illegal connections. One is siege, one more task force, security agencies, a cajon, ya one more air bois and a bear near Bonnie say, you bet me at us. Bra, it's yes, and near Bonnie, and I will honor more, and so more, a tobacco jina quarter near Chuason. Hey, some woman here. Illegal connections, MY siege, Momon Sanka, a 2 hours woman Saka. Illegal connections emwa enya enyina mahodin trodo. Illegal connections ebetimi a major atoto afie me nnwuma awodo mu ene betimi nso ama light bi akikin crofo de bia me show boss efiti na akui meja me ne ye bone a me ye hu se wo so obi enam kwan bone so de enyinam kanea edi dwuma frɛ 0551 444 011 na eka biara de bobosa nipa ko no ahamu nchichemu ensia ebeye wo dia moma ye nyina nya oman bapa na yensi illegal connections ano.
Ukili yala tax funfun. Tumbuna pili yara lo la kamo. Denanga sama pam.
Love yellow. Asamanti yai. Pumpon sola kayetwa. Lala for one limati cheli.
Tax bi aka. Abba Lola.
Amina, diya manabu your tax ho.
Adiza, manye nywela di guabu.
The chakar woman. Tax changatene yuar waka gwamnati mal pang sarte dai. Kama imande te tengbarngo ho.
Lala, mbamimo do kukura sa hadap semone.
Awur mena chala GRA office.
Amina abezimsim. Lala sa aw ala zan yu tax wala hakani.
Yom atax num online bankene be afon ne ti lam tene malte tengban de maya.
Asempa biaba. Upesika akostati ejuma bi. Uhia bosia atre udwadie mu. Uye government ana private worker uhia sika dia te hot bi so. Uye busumi ejuma uhia scan tempa bi so. Any na quick credit be ma bosia mu atwa ne kakra. Eye collateral free loan na susu savings account opening deposit BRNim. De hia ne se uye Ghana ni na wo Ghana card. Se wanye ejuma afi we mu de kodia na wa na upeo excuse BRNim. For quick credit it was 0302 200 390 and na 0596 920-833. Number for Biara Frewa and quick credit. Shannon so say quick credit and malone ewo internet so. Inti Shanna Obiara and Dadao. Bank of Ghana am momu dwede ho kwan na kaise nhihye da ho.
Quick credit. Lending made simple.
And Fiesta 25th March. Call what the call. Near Bessie. Call what the call. Second, I bet to me a Kokata
2022 World Cup Nibia. Fakasiano Anjine Fiedai. Macha. Yani Nigeria for the Pim Kumasa so. Bagunkobi. A World Cup playoff first leg. The Black Stars of Ghana versus the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Ghana Black Stars once again, we're gonna fire.
Kumasi Babayara Sports Stadium. Kickoff at 7:30 p.m. Now the headquarters of Ghana Sports. Asempa 94.7 FM. And our #1 radio station at 106.3 FM. Yeah, the special coverage live commentary. And in what's the Hubia? Pania Krato for my Bamote. And Jinsia Babio. A Hadian Muda. Your sponsors, Yakata Airways. Going places together. KFC. It's finger licking good. Alta Tigo Sikako bundles. Enjoy the huge data at a low cost. VIP magnetic perfumes. Franco air condition. Proudly Kenyan. And Anandum Auto Fix and Accessories. A World Cup playoff. Ghana versus Nigeria. Live commentary. Something will happen.
Freshman capsules, a one memon pomudin, fresh cool capsules, a yema cuckoo,
Fresh Lady capsules, a woman maumutia or mufichukum.
Name or painful or buy one more menu for now for that when you do me no come home. 0243 559 319.
FD Ashoshe Jadi and Cry to Mwaja to Muse Aye.
fresh products, hashtag Bobra.
Asempa biaba. Upesika akostati ejuma bi. Uhia bosia atre udwadie mu. Woye government ana private worker onye sika dia te hot bi so. Woye busumi ejuma onye scan tempa bi so. Eni na quick credit be ma obosia mu atwa ne kakra. Eye collateral free loan na susu savings account opening deposit BRNim. De hia ne se woye Ghana ni na wo Ghana card. Se wanye ejuma afi we mu de kodia na wo na wo pe o. Excuse BRNim. For quick credit it was 0302 200 390 and na 0596 920-833. Number for Biara Frewa and quick credit. Shannon so say quick credit and malone ewo internet so. Enti Shanna Obiara and Dadao. Bank of Ghana am momu dedi ho kwan na kai say nhihye da ho.
Quick credit. Lending made simple.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, edan mi wie yo. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract anon so say. Me fani nyina enkodan rocksters. Wonso wo kromo pa, wo dwen ho sen.
The contract and one nimnia ko. Ghana hadie a ban quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and a POP ceiling dia. Aya rocksters. Enfie be brain in a rocksters. Adi roofing sheet papa and ho akade asum Ghana for.
Enka yesi ya no mu die nso ebo.
Enia du fudi achi na nkotwa de bone ne Sunda Fre 0544 338041. Say a metal
Asempa FM.
Plasterboard and a POP cylinder. Fre Rocksters na won chawuntum.
Bema netie mie. Se wo ye obi a wodwunso ntente manajo. Anansa wo bema mu tra hyehyɛ wo chimu ansa na wodwunso so a na mu achemienu. Se wo bema so ate ana empa so agudie na kofam nti wontime nyinse wo yire dia. Ene Afes Clinic and Prostate Center. Ene ye wo last stop. Efi se Afes Clinic and Prostate Center die. Yenni majuma. Ememma ho odinti ene ye ban. Afes Clinic and Prostate Center. Ene Nima Police Station ene dinhwe animo. Ewo Maslot Hotel and the Youngsters International School Finfin Honwa. Freyen and was 024 025 7333 and 020 352 2579. Access Clinic and Prostate Center. Beme Bia and Nidaswanono.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie na wasugu so a otie no ma ye na mo nyina asese nyame adom matwen yen amayako asan aba nyame adom ochena nso monim se the Black Stars of Ghana ejina akono one won fefo a efri Nigeria, the Super Eagles of Nigeria ochena omuhia World Cup qualifying game for Qatar 2022. First leg ne Basu Kumasi, second leg no will be on Tuesday in Abuja. And the Ministry of Youth and Sport and all other relevant stakeholders at to on Neoma to make sure say you bet the match needed win. For us on Asempa FM, no Ochana Yameya Domoa, the live comment. In fact, Edikai, the ultimate sports show, Ghana's only sports morning show. The free Kumasi Abreminti. Mosho ne Maestro ne the rest of the team ni nyina wo Kumasi. Ochena nyambo ano pa 6 a.m. pepepe. Ye the ultimate sports show free Kumasi Abremo. Inti wutie na wo Kumasi a you can go there. Stadium ho ye be show ne free ho live e the Abremo. Enwumre no na ye the live commentary. Kejuan Ankasa and the rest of the team are there. Ye the live commentary Abremo. We are covering the game comprehensively. Ewa Asempa FM so na afei Adom FM in the Monshan so nyame ya Adom a ochena time permitting would speak to the youth and sports minister na afei the ewo hono ono so aka Ghana but see na my very good friend Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa the we ascend me okay in a letter from the office of the minority leader and it's addressed to the Greater Accra Regional Police Commander. Almost a notice of a series of picketing actions to protest against the continuous illegal, unconscionable, and extortionist COVID-19 antigen testing at the Kotoka International Airport. Pursuant to the Public Order Act 1994, Act 49, we, the undersigned, members of parliament, on behalf of our caucus and the Ghanaians we represent, duly notify your office of our irrevocable intentions to lead a series of picketing actions at the Kotoka International Airport from Wednesday, the 30th of March 2022. We are further resolved to converge at the precinct of the airport from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. each day. Wow. It is our firm determination to sustain these mass picketing actions until such a time that the Akufo-Addo-led administration or government curtails the illegal, unconscionable, and extortionist COVID-19 antigen testing conducted by the IFI Frontiers Healthcare Services Limited. We convey our warm regards and look forward to your lawful cooperation in this matter of immense national interest. Na nipa miensa ena assigned this particular letter to the Ghana Police Service. Number 1 is Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, MP North Tongue, Ranking Member, Committee on Foreign Affairs. Number 2 is Kwame Agboja, MP Adaklu, Ranking Member, Committee on Roads and Transport. Number 3 is Kwabena Minta Akando, MP Joaboso, Ranking Member, Committee on Health. In the Mpenyifo miensa na wonsa eshe letter way ase. And omuchiremu from the 30th of March almost start here picket ewo Kotoka International no mu kojina airport nanim ho a omu gina ho from a year 2. The time ye Ekosiisen ni nyina no omu gina ho. Eh and o me de tie Ekosiisen on earpiece o me use earpiece tie Ekosiisen ewo. Enti honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, Kwame Agboja, Kwabena Minta Akando and like-minded Ghanaians will be picketing from the 30th in the Omode permission from the Ghana Police Service pursuant to the Public Order Act. Honorable Sticker Akwaba, it is saying, Adumia, Insia Soboko.
Oh, Yanko Panto.
Yadamias,
me pacho assembly.
Okay.
And yet, say Yankan Yasemna. Me, I do more can in 1 day. Say, and Kayanya sa exercise in the year.
Yeah, testing no. And almost yenyai.
Pacho winim say me ko Rwanda.
Yes.
Mo pa mo de mo platform with the global. Mo find out. Papa, you do Rwanda no. Instantly, omo 2 tests. A beer $50.
Ewa Rwanda.
Ehono.
$50.
Yes. Who did TA? Omo back be say no at once to check temporarily.
Yes.
No matter one no the say take number of hours. Say the next day. And son ade chi na yeko AP African Parliamentary yeko as a parliament parliament house say yeko akotena sitting no before abekoso yes I one and it's utua
wow utua
oh mean the intro 50 and son ayebeba back to Ghana no say ye say me boa me nuan man DC for Kobi honorable Zenato Okobi honorable Oko Vanderpool Okobi. The only thing I'm not 100% sure said that no me two no. So me $100 or 50 account.
Okay.
But they take each test $50. Enti hono first day 2. Ade chi na yes akọ conference no. Ye 1. Yes aba back say ye 1. Mum friend crofo se me boa. Oh eto da ye nuanu no propaganda ne doso dodo. Ye as if say Ghana dear me ba cho covid no ekokra.
Debbie.
It's Asempa no okay. Unim say se momu gya ye nso na ade ne spread ya. Menua ka se yewu. Me de ewiase ye nka no kre. Kofi baba wenfo obi di o ma bawi Ghana ha. Ghana yo Kofi baba ni ntimi nka. Ghana. Kofi baba ne papa unim Kofi baba ne papa me na aduane di na ma me dɔɔso. Aduane ni so ma me yesu. O sha na tade na we yeso ewa. And I did be a man who told me, Sakofi Babone for
Ebia Bagana,
Yami Dimunti, Power
on Asempa
Mate, Honorable Stephen Amua, and I'm telling you, let me do this in 5 minutes. Now, for Memra, na after the main issue, no, Yemraso. No, maybe I'll give you the opportunity. I'll give you the opportunity. The Youth and Sports Minister is on the line. Honorable Yusuf Mustafa, Akwa Banapom to saying.
Hey,
me Joseph, me tell you catch papa. Amen. Na Kumasi boko enyumre.
Nyame adom Kumasi boko.
Na nyame adom a ochena because me nyame adom ochena me ba Kumasi. Ba na dwi no se me da min tumuna say everything is under control.
Inshallah, everything is under control. Send us massive for Abo Osei Obia. I received our national team, our Black Stars, and on the entire team Ghana. No, Yenia Sopa. Until if you are made that come out to 4 or 2 4 or 32 or 3 Adeko also. You don't have to say. And the idea of the Senate come out to 4. The spirit of the team is so high, and I'm very, very confident that the Black Stars of our republic best signing across the country on Friday.
Wow. And this is here, based on Mupupre, because a qualifying over 2 legs. In the based on preparation, no, is the strategy say, okay, let's kill the game here in Ghana. Na second leg, ninya mere formality. And I say, yeah, just see some, good result. Be or you Nigeria, and you killing or what's our strategy like, me pacho?
Obi, say, yende abanye tuma ne abanye ya femunu ya yebi ya tutu niema bibia de pepe person be ya technical team and the entire Black Star Management Committee on betimi ayo meduma aye eduma yi. The strategy are get echo into the battlefield in there and the estomunsem anya dia esemele kiga but minimum say our target or objective is not only to win in Ghana, but to beat Nigeria both here in Ghana and also in Abuja.
How crucial is this World Cup for Ghana? Why is it so important? Say, we'll see a qualify for World Cup, we honorable.
Obi, it's not only important for Ghana, but it's important for the entire African continent. When we say already Ghana benya opportunity to come World Cup. You started 2000. Nyangupo Adu Yoko Germany. Ghana was the shining star of the entire African continent. 2010 in South Africa, Obieni Madia Ghana yeye. Ghana represented the entire African continent. 2014 in Brazil.
Yes.
Ghana did so well as well. At least we didn't get to the where we wanted to go, but at least Ghana also did well and crossed even the group stages. That is why it is important that the entire African continent should give support to Ghana. Because anytime we are given opportunity or we have the opportunity, you deliver.
And I think that's a really good point, and especially because in 2018 we missed out on the tournament in Russia, and of course we are politician because you represent the president at the Ministry of Youth and Sport. We are politicians. Some have said under more administration, you are in your 6th year. The first opportunity to qualify for the World Cup, you and qualify, which was in Russia. And the pressure be at to say we was said by hook or crook, you qualify now.
Oh, Ghana and yet football and because of the FNC say MP2 Abemu. Oh, yeah, NDC, oh, yeah, MPC, oh, BR per se, this time you qualify. The first 2018, no?
Yes.
And Sana said, you run, and now the Danko Kupuado, Obetina, Ekunyana Sono. Now, qualification matches in our for Akabe, just 1 or 2 matches, and Oba.
Yeah.
And you can't say it was during his time. And young qualified. So this is the only opportunity I have. But they say no. When it comes to football, it is the whole country. There is no NPP, NDC, CPP, or any other party. All of us are united behind our stars. And over Kayandra, a statement was made in Parliament by even an NDC member of Parliament galvanizing support for the team. That shows football brings unity. The only activity that brings this country together now is football. So our success is not only for MPP but for the entire country. The Blasters' success is for the entire country. And I know every single Ghanaian is praying for the success tomorrow and also on Tuesday 29.
And I'm told, sir, the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Kramer permission, sir, MPs in Inanshe, Black Stars jersey, I think tomorrow, Emra Parliament. It tells you the level of support for the team. And sir, even the media environment now, you can see, sir, generally, there is this groundswell of support for the national team on this assignment. Meaning, say Nigeria now you mobile into you, say but your colleague, sports minister in Nigeria, said, "Ba moba Ghana ne one aim no modeba. They are going to beat Ghana and beat us very, very well." You can see a sense of optimism being in these Nigerians. Should we be afraid, Honorable?
Not at all, Obi. It is good that they underestimate the Blasters and they can tickle themselves thinking that they will come to Kumasi and have victory. They have the right. It is good that they are tickling themselves, and I'm happy that they are tickling themselves. But the job day ground.
The job day grounds. I like that. The job day grounds. That's
the job day on the field.
On the field of play, huh? Anyway, there. We thank you for speaking with us. Nyame Adomo Chana will join you in Kumasi. Now you need your support. I'm a national team. Why?
Obi with us. But they say no. I do have a question for somebody to say.
Okay.
Obi send a ticket. They say the easy to Jaba and to person of the stadium staff and over tickets. Oba unna ticket in talk.
Okay.
They say the ticket is running out. So by the close of day today, everybody should try in the comfort of your home, whether you're at work, anywhere on your phone. You can open now actual ticket. Star 711 hash. Now what? And I'll be pressing the receipt room. Star 711 hash. Oh boy, it's a fair. Open actual ticket.
Okay.
VIP, VVIP is sold out.
Hey.
So until one count one complete down far.
Wow. Mate, it is star 711 hash. Now we follow prompt and what to ticket. Say calf and swam approval say yem Philly Stadium no.
Oh, once you are vaccinated, you are allowed to come.
To
the stadium. So that's normally you can't. They will follow the country protocol.
Okay.
And our current protocol is say once you are vaccinated, you can come to the stadium.
Oh, okay.
And we want Ghanaians to be part of the history that is about to happen.
Now, any prediction from the youth and sports minister, the outcome of the game or prediction better than?
My prediction is victory, and inshallah, victory for Mother Ghana.
Honorable Yusuf Mustafa, that's BBN Ebesian in Comobio. Why? Amen. So he's our youth and sports minister, Mustafa Yusuf, and I'm speaking to us live from Kumasi. Team no Kumasi said Oceano in the camp of the team. I said they are very upbeat. Nigerians are quite confident of a win. In the about what happens tomorrow. Honorable Richard Achampo, MPBA East member Finance Committee in Ghana's Parliament. Honorable Akwaba, Apomu Yedie.
Now, also want to say
Adom constituency Boko.
Oh, Nami Adom, the chain the Yantebo Nibia. I'm say intersecute no school for no. I'm say
intersecute games.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm say China finance.
Oh, okay.
And the Empire bottom machi. Nami boy China a presentation a mom.
Hey.
So I'm say Yantimi uncle. Jumedia ye did in the parliament. Nti yeso be ya fam de abo mu ti ma me fa kwanya so na menchia etiefo ne ahwefo
very well
na wo so menchia o
mejo so
eja de bia wo de otefa ku ye kwa ne aba
na ma se aba
nti adwuma no sa na tie
yes
nti ebeda nyame ase na ewia nkome wo da trotro so ba me se wo sha ase no kan
yeah na way for the picketing no
minority say there will be a picketing from 30th of March. Meaning I this frontiers more COVID-19 charges and the idea air cost. So be country no COVID no by no impact na about country ni so no. Nti once a while review or more restrictions no. As and when na omo bi omo kakra omo borders and all that. Then may free be kwambezi bi. Omama visa ni nyina wi kwapo no. Omaka kire wo say the visa is not a guarantee for an entry into their country. You have to abide by their COVID-19 protocols, restrictions, and even what do country crop on a part of European countries, you know. They can also guarantee so with macro border because Uber quite so several other protocols country be and other two. So you can't go to Rwanda and then come and tell me say Rwanda for A, B, C, D. And you say can't Ghana some may and come and say. Personally me a problem. For example, Tama your research is last in the kakra possibly to
Ekosiisen On
Asempa. US. I saw 72 hours and son away then. What Macro US? What I say? I've done 3 trips after say last year rules me to the US. Say put the other airline on the bar. I'm say 48 hours or say. Why 72 hours for Ghana have we now what board a flight? We know about 10, 11 hours and so connected to maybe a Kobia. When you drew America's assessor and for mobile, when you test be you just connect to wherever you are going. Both they said that Dallas Airport and I said JFK.
Yeah,
we are be our connecting a baby or could be a could maybe. Name a mobile bar except we are testing. It is one book appointment and facility, but not airport or instant. Quite expensive. Chance of buying facility, but quite free. But the boss says a 3 days notice and all that. Maybe Warren they say, why any US one hour back Ghana has seen? What about do Ghana have within 72 hours on? It's also a test. Ghana say.
Even when the Ukraine US results.
Yes. And upon what you online and send off for play no. So what you able do now reflect you have to pay at the airport here and send a work test no. Now what train 1 to 2, 3 hours and send a results number. I had the opportunity to ask one of the ladies, US if one accept a 72-hour protocol arrangement. Other than Ghana, they accepted the free US ban. You know what she told me? No. Said they don't trust the results of free US ban. Come on. Wow. What to Ghana, how catch them say, test now why you Ghana has said America for the trust so they need to do American jurisdiction Biana, they will allow you free passage. Name so you free America but do Ghana had Ghana for say you need to just also say another test it's $50. It's a strategy be before so then a security. Sometimes we share quite nipa no fa over so ye test no obeka pictures be about app because say I'm test positive obi so I can change it for you because yatiti bebre but we need evidence and I say enye won to it's difficult to speak to those matters. Baby edru no COVID no we can rule it out say eko. But countries bia no say restrictions and protocols and all that. You invited the health minister. Say even contract being put na mode mass front is here and say na omo set it up or airport we. Omo catch so onya we. I ran it through to the sense honorable the former deputy health minister Oko former MP. Okoboy, okay. And no say yes. There's a task force, a committee at the presidency. Our new member. Yes. They were part of all the award and all that. Now say transport minister deny knowledge of it. Health minister deny knowledge of this. Now these things fall within your domain. Now we are questioning you now to say, oh yeah, where? Who is fooling who here?
Into the end game of Sir Picketing way is what? Say a buying abrogated contract and I say omunyi sikanim free or
and right now no say other countries no say omu protocols.
Yes.
What you say? Yes. Say no baby edru no. They won't say COVID enko there, but at least enya so severe. Say the na wo ho no meboa. And the obi mo ka say Russia invaded Ukraine and nobody talking about COVID.
And I take it center stage.
Do you understand the point? 81 sikan kwa na dika consensus is very exorbitant. So expensive. Aban I promise you be year free ho. We are trying to look at it again, but we are not getting any positive feedback. It is a force. It doesn't mean so. Airline be on the protocol. Without the nose mask, do not allow to board the plane. Without the test, a country be or the beba. Now you so you reduce cost on us. And yes, the Rwanda 4 year na eba compare country be no your sovereign state. Obia one interest. Ni memo for no so no one name almost say omohwehwe. It is a idea kwaso na say minister responsible no pay information content from our.
That is a problem.
Yes, sir. Baba be cancer say I'm saying can topic no. It's like agenda 111 they can want me. Do you know say a chief of staff no manage agenda 111
and the office of the president,
yes.
Right?
Meanwhile, if you want to find information or invite the chief of staff to parliament, can you do that? Only locals to come and answer questions on the floor of parliament. This is a nominate a minister of state, a health facility. I don't even follow within the minister of health. Yes, see hospital. Say yeah, a polyclinic or whatever or chief compound. It falls under minister of health, but the health minister is not aware.
That be near parliament, it's me holding minister and responsible.
Yes. So when it comes to oversight responsibility, you hit a knack. Yeah. Because by the end of the day, no, it's not. Nipa na open some more answers no will not give you the right answers. Now, they be beside this question. Now, loan now about parliament, you know. Say, lo mo catch you say you the kwako ye we. Now then, now as a member of parliament. Now what's about it na?
No, ma ordinary no see na about.
Now MP say loan na moje ye no. You name the omodi aye. Me why you member of parliament. sometimes now start what permit all these years. When the process is not from loan. I then MP service as a loan no more there then. And one me tell you to chai. Who can the same thing. My memoir.
That was
Tuesday.
Yeah.
My memoir. The Maya and MPs, you beside these questions. And opposition, you beside these questions. First Eurobond agenda Ghana $750 million.
Yes.
And the Iraq for. When we said 2009 NDC take you over, Iraq for when they were accounting for the 750 million, the utilization of it, they told us say Omubo Bimubu send the 3 salaries. Okay. Satan now we have but now what system? Yeah. Meanwhile, that wasn't the purpose of which the loan was contracted or the Eurobond was raised. But when government was facing difficulties in terms of fiscal space, they used part of the Eurobond, hoping so munya future revenues are not maritime, either say interest or whatever. It is what you're being there.
I agree with you on that point. But my focus was on project loans. In the Akwaji loan, say BIDBC Kotoka Terminal 3, a specific project loan, which is part of your total debt. If an NP asks, say, Bosnia Mabono, which includes our project loans, it's a bit way. I would then come in and say, but you approved a loan for Kotoka, for example, to be built. In the way you asking, say, loan, no?
Sometimes, for example, this is no hydro facility. Yes, 2 billion.
Yes.
So for my disbursement, 750 million. What you are saying? It is so BBC will say 2 billion. It lasts on you to explain. Say even the second can 2 billion because of Sanoshio insurance problems in it.
Yes.
The drawdown is only 750.
Yes.
What you are saying?
Yes.
But somebody will do the calculation by quoting 2 billion. So what you put 2 billion? Then I did 2 billion. What's it?
The person knows.
Yeah. About who? Drawdown or yet more ministry one. No, it doesn't work in the ministry. You and I. No, we have advantage because we saw a committee. Some information we are privy to.
Okay.
Obu a privileged committee.
Obesity.
Yeah. The whole year when the committee share that. Finance committee.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
So be a misa question what about discuss on the floor?
Yeah, but I mean pono say enum pono. Yes, it's true say enye ni nyina na bia MP bi ho.
Yes.
But that MP should not make for the want of a better expression, you don't make a sweeping statement say loans are margin nyina mo de aye de yen.
I know they want to make loans are margin nyina. They say this 2 billion almost say a Bank of Ghana they are looking at the external facility arrangement.
Yes.
Minister not can 2 billion.
Yes.
What you say?
Yes.
So is it 2 billion? Not so why inviting minister no?
I'm an amateur.
How would you know?
Of course, I agree. Because it is not a project loan.
That's the point. But it has been already approved in the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah. As part of a budget financing.
Yeah.
But the point is, one more further
breakdowns are
you will never be in a position to tell.
I agree on that. Honorable Stephen Amoa, my main yemra to our main issue. The finance minister has spoken. One speech and a Ghana for Brina share him. Finally, it's here. From where you sit.
Oh, bravo.
From where you sit, no. Ufri say
economy no.
Measures are near here to bring the economy back on sound footing. Any.
Me that's mechia etifo na ma bompa say rade enhye Black Stars day no nka wo ho. Ohwe trosem na. Or see the race is not to the swift, neither the fight to the strong, but time and chances.
Happening to them all.
What do you say? Or see, God will take the foolish things of the world to shame the wise, and the weak things. That's where my interest and emphasis are. The weak things to shame the strong. Say by observation, we look underdog, underdogs. Yeah, Nigerians seem to be scaled up in terms of competence and strength and teamwork and record. I mean, at present, but Nyankopon the okas obeko amawa. He Elijah and Elisha. Was nyame bie nani no hu abofo apempema omokomai. Enti ye de nyame ye ni obi a o. Na ebom nyame susu ohirawa, you need to act. Enti na Bible say prayer without faith, faith without action. Nti prayer me bo nyina achi ni sa action so anye ya emfa. Ndi ase ati ase. the three of them are like the tripod stand. On Buchiani and Noaswa, the Anasa laboratory. Bakubua Esho. Nti a bompa and Yagidi. Almost on far and ye day, Edmaden day, and Kaboom. I hope Chefama was a touche or the commitment. Na ome in Kunumdi Emra Ghana. Minu anu NDC for no. At Ruhache. Minu anu NDC for no. Crocro de John. Oma bompa is yen Lucy.
Oh, how?
Oh,
how?
Now the Yaman for new.
No, but how will any Ghanaian?
Miss, also only Ghana. When him see a bobola, opposition for nominal opposition losing our banny the uncles. On him, one to one pie, but you know, media, why my mean, so himself, meaning some yes, who Momunye, and a cramon caucus meeting. Opaka, Miss Opaka, someone discussing and say, oh, Mom Pie and Lucy. Okay, and I'm a caucus meeting, and I'm a coy. Mr. Mukoi, would you come a Ghana Funti, some uncle? Mukoi, just almost preventive, be a preventive football cry, but you Ghana for any because of power. Shady of you, then. Oh, 80 media before say, if you are safe. Yamino care on also see a dinner. Say, young Crawford here, who dear, you bet me winning. Now, make co economy name minister Nancy Minason. Obi. We need to establish this fact or these facts. Now, Mr. say, professors, no doctors, in him, therefore, now, only Sika Semuno. Then, Sama Mekane, Same Bois, Omonfa, and one dance, dear Mra, Nami crucify me Ghana. Because, it's a problem, I mean, what any million men this for. And this is the Duomo cafe economy in Hunina and Amanosemo. Sign MPP or Hanke by Yankano Cray. What Bemu found what Wabba Cosuru we ask him. The BBC amount $1 I as one teaching mano. What Bemuno, Asam also because on Nipan bear propaganda. 18 NDC, COVID, Russia, Ukraine, fuel prices, and form on the Omopa Bemaba. Enti etrem bi obeso mo kan nyina agu yeso mbeka ba mu a omunim nimdi omunim die wo saa ne ma no ho no a ehunti omoyedina omani nyina ye deceive the entire country no ha dwinye ansa na me the finance minister de be ba mo niam mienu and these are gospel truths. They can lie opa kam wiase de nyina nyame hwo me di ntra nyankopɔ hwe me de di nkan e yam pase Ekosiisen On how na Ekosiisen no dodo na no enye aban wei amamu opone na amanaba evidence ni say de di nkan ewiase nyina kro ni nyina no ebi de wo fam sin ebi de wo soro sin yeso wo soro sin bi wo fam sin bi ba kan nyina bom kro bia ho akere no. Is it not a fact? 2 esusu dia na yede hwe sika sem wo mamu ha no dodo ni nyina no ansa na covid yi beba no na eye adwuma papa sabe misraka sabe me bia wone ne yerete obo akonhoma we bibia kama na yere abono no da ho no nkoma nti akonhoma akofom efisa na empempenso a sabe inflation cost niam bo cost no edu we kwa na single digit 7 a call for a long time. Your GDP average you grow 7%. Then you might did an deficit but very low. Till say COVID by unim say 2020 Ghana was the best country in terms of currency depreciation 3.9. 2021 Ghana was the best country in Africa again 3.94. Ena Fufian Twata. Enti obi ebegbe di ntro ekase de ekoso ya ben ya eye me nwanwa de atwa to omuka ayampa se eyo how emayen nanso anya aban fom so eye debt to GDP yaka GDP a yesikasem ni nyini mu me pese me tumbo kan twi kakra sikasem ni nyini no na ho adi nyina gina na ema mienu so amenya me tai ni the key performance of any GDP or economic growth, productivity and a labor force. labor force no you break down into size and skill component for labor force no to productivity no said the human man niema nyini se benyina se ekodwom da teacher chere na ade ye kwa afuom restaurant hotels transport edumre bi no when even up to now companies be because of COVID omu assuming full productivity ye kai nyina kura gu dem and adwuma bi won kra ha enipa 10 ese okwa 5 ko 2 weeks na another 5 akọ me pa cha eno aban fault you are say me bro meka private sector ya nkran no omu yi nipa over 40,000 adi e reduce productivity eno yakufo ad fault pay corporate tax nyina kọ fom enti yenka no kranche Ghana for say there were problems and the long term or how a BMPP and this yenye adwuma ye me da bia me kase ye sidi no e de say akro was sickle cell bibi pushing kakra bia no nya crisis because MPP and this long term no approach ye you see and I want to mean for short term and solve currency issue but the problem we are having today no and yet because abai we anya ne niema ye specifically your niema bi abai bi aba onye ne ye and I from kakrama we aba but the severity of what is happening this global crisis yes say mu ko from kakra na Russia and Ukraine when him say your economy no highly dependent of foreign market adam we TBB ayekra it is a dwam ho so obi kura hwe obi asom odwam ho ne asi dwan he na mo nko adwuma affect ye se me bo ankrofo me kan kire na we nyina aba enam se yebegi atum ni ahwehwe saa niema we mu ne ahoku ya befa so ahyehye niema no ye din tra ma na Ghana for to sa no kure ni nyina atwe
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
COVID by Africa nyina wo yam se country untimi fa country bi nka say eyese Ghana na enyese Ghana the best measurement is to measure Ghana against African performance. Until you can say, oh, campaign against the industry. Oh, as some part way, media industry, when on the belt, any public say, as industry, a be 1 million, why 1.2? What outperform industry performance? Africa grow negative 2.2, Ghana grow 0.4. World projections is negative 3.3. Into one catch us a Ghana and but nina chino nina nkankosino
Asempa
the best finance minister the so come build the preamble onim say there were a lot of economic parameters sikasam niama enem po how we nyina chino e better than MPP abaye na nado dan kwakufu ada e biafo he took over empempenso a sabe ukoba se a interest na da so no na e call hemu chichimu ba adua na ebi adua sanson ene ubenya bi aduonu baako bank wo mo ha ne boa policy rate na yade yedi asa akọ 17% eno kura no ma menka bibi nchiro me as a person NDC time ne bi si me no mo je hu achinya ma TV3 interview me no Bank of Ghana for about 3 different consecutive times I won the case because omo use no as inflationary targeted policy and I'm saying no we only raise monetary policy interest rate up when the inflation rate is caused by demand pull. Any penny DJ toniama the circulation and yes increase interest rate. But if it is cost push from suppliers end, you don't increase another cost variable. And I think I have the same argument against the present Bank of Ghana. But of course, let's take it like that. Of course, 17%, you know. Yen Yanuma start, hey. But MPP are buying took over 25.5 policy rate. Go and check right now. Senior no. On Google says for Bank of Ghana. William say Krobiano treasury bills kosura. Na economy na chese eyede. Treasury bills say bia for bia 91 days 22.5% and they be at 12 and 14. Reserve and move it to about 14.3. One more time. No, less than 3 months. You move more than 4 months. And you may be break say hardship or how by a TSA. But even indicators and not one another, Nana don't call Kufuado Abang. Any finance minister of Rata, no more meeting. I yes saying, I cannot. See a separated GDP nana and grow and your fault. But market activities, operations activities will be a slow, impaired productivity. One to me find a global issue. No, I cannot that. And this was the worst record. Everyone was say Obuo Kwanso respectfully, Oman that His Excellency former President Mahama, or you'll be respecting the power. Me will be cassette ano cry hame because said we need packetwa. Na memwo mum and the awareness say Shadan Koyi Papa, but so no as former president and Munyuma one day me penas and Papa, minti min cassette, and Yami Yonkono. Or say 40 years in Yania say Kono bin see that. Parameters Yamaka and better than a time. Debt to GDP no more can. Papa, debt to GDP in 2020, the year 20,000, is it 2000?
2000.
Yes, debt to GDP, and the NDC MPP took over. A year 145.8%. A bit see that. A year 22 years in it. Master, winning finance in the economy in the year. Ubeti my propaganda we are see no. Unless you don't go where you speak the facts. I'm so ordinary man. And yet the same data any other can to GDP. When he said between the year 2008 and 2016, in terms of debt increase percentage, NDC did over 1,000%. Even see that from 9.2 to 120.3 billion calculated difference.
But so we are no sana because say at the end of the day the argument has been say you try back your loans and you borrow. We don't pay back in percentages. We pay no. We pay back in
inflation rate in your account was a percentage. A nominal figure not calculate percentage.
I know.
You use in mathematics, you use percentage to determine rate of change and increment, a marginal increment.
Yes. But how do you convince anybody? Say moving from 9 billion to 120 billion, bigger than moving from 120 billion to almost 350 billion. How do you convince anybody?
What's it as bigger than what? No, we are talking about increment because if the time value of money, it figure now Kasano at that time may be big, but the value may be small. If you want to do proper financial economic analysis, you talk about the percentage increase because change in it time no mean talking about time value of money is the change. What you say between 2012 and 2016, NDC about increasing your debt over 244%. Now do the air can cry or how can see no less than 200%. And these facts are there, but you jitum say Ghana ya day. But because of problems here, fan over 7 months and call up to a just so fan over one that. And all these facts are there. And I really my no figures here can a mobile 99%. A papa. Once we establish this fact, then we can sit down and talk about what are the immediate and short-term approach or solutions we should. The other kind. I was buying your budget if it be discretionary spending because your statutory discretionary.
Yes.
Discretionary and say and the share about my fan compo me say beko. And no and I buy say we're cutting by 20%. Okay, budget expenditure.
Yeah, 20%.
Fine. Or cutting who said there be still at the end until we have council of state members, government appointees, executives, and also you say quickly and cut it. Attempts to cut areas now. Almost very weak correlation with our economic growth because when you katekwa your baby how katia you feel be cyclical effect a chese ade na wakate no and the office why in here be china obasa be your how kase it is very cyclical it before you deal with even cutting down your expenditure no you do correlation analysis so when me katia your economy no ade na beto no ebi na ya basere I to say petrol me former president Mahama ade ba ko pe na mbona baso when say you no anka petrol ye de kosora ka aba betuma ka say hey ye de akọ 1 billion so me de me ntumu montono 1 cedi deregulation in 2015 and intin na e de ma aban say petrol no obete so enkrofo o de ye propaganda de abeka so na ye enti so na emom wo do Ghana abeka so ya de papa because now we were eating our own tongues ye tiso beka egu ho eti we say situation na and now we measures are papa ni taking na Ebia, he could have done even better if people have other ideas. But government is making all the efforts in the world to mitigate the impact of this hardship in a short term and develop a medium long-term approach. Ebia chinebi, and we need to appreciate what is happening. Adia Bakwa Kuye say, and this one not because I'm doing politics. The confidence of foreign investors in our economy. Echo from one NDC behavior. And you man see what parliament, you know. Your fiscal space, I say, because of COVID, no. Your revenue shortfall of over 11 billion. Private sector you need over 40,000. Pay you need corporate taxes ni na akofom. Productivity akofom. Enti my debt to GDP akosoro. And nkrofo nyina ka say ye kaye na ekosoro. Enti the only way we can consolidate, okay, and try to harmonize the components of fiscal space is to generate more revenue internally, domestically, locally. Afed union when this for because of seemingly balanced number now emremu omtimi challenge bibiano. Every move of the government, any space that NDC will get, omso momianye. Omu ya no masabe jina bonte. Abai no nkona nim yanya hwe ya mianye tax. Unim between the year 2014 and 2016, uria Google. Taxes a tour NDC for either say omu increase omu di bika ho anom de from de bika ho. Eye aduonu nsia. 2014, 15, 16. 2017 budget under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And this same finance minister, a tour MPP abai, ate so anaye yifri ho, eye dunsia, obeka financial services tax, real estate tax, enura ye krefra bochi ayenye bi ha, kaya yo tax, condom tax, ning na obeka, and a chedi numbi sambaye, and an ansay die. And you can even net increase or decrease in taxes. And can be about crowd here show love. I feel only the propaganda say taxes in ye no here for ye who ordinary nampacho obi tax correction as their taxes are rather taken and utilized to extend and expand and provide extended utility and satisfaction for the poor person. Sir, I did you have me near champort here, Miss Senior. Name it here, what here, who bet my here ni buburon to me. Into your budget taxes, no provide be education, a be allowance this, a be a street light, a be a do here ni be any baby farm, no also enjoy it. So if taxes are properly put to good judicious user, and no point of here for it will finance minister and farming can document in. But to be honest with you, the decision to cut down this, the decision to cut down that, the decision to cut down that is what is expected of him. One may have had his own challenge. I need to opinions. Say, oh, but the best solution that we can take in the short term is to cut down expenditure. To create some sort of flexibility and harmonization, and build the relationships of the elements of the fiscal space and consolidate it. That is the way.
Honorable Isaac Adongo, and we have a final question. Honorable Richard Abem. Honorable Isaac Adongo said, when the finance minister presented the budget 2022, okay, said, more target for fiscal deficit, 7.4% for this year. And more in fact, President Ama expressed instructions said, even these measures are the abano. Omanenya measures are able to lead to you achieving 7.4% deficit now. But his argument then is say what should cuts now minister no ayena. Now kikani nyina bomwa. It is almost around 31 billion Ghana cedis in terms of savings side ebeba. You also say a budget overruns in the budget statement no na and also about 37 billion. In the bank can say will be here to borrow to fill that gap no. It is a more reductions are 31 billion a year free so. That is in reality no overrun ebeba 6 billion. You get the analysis after
that is if the figures are correct. Yes. I haven't done the calculation.
Okay. Only you go through me figures. Yes, of course, subject to interrogation. But I'll say I mean it's a 31 billion from 37, no? Ebeka 6 billion. It is a 6 billion per us overrunner. Why are we not seeing a drop in the deficit? Now, Minister Nekas is still, even after all these cuts, no, we are cutting this much to still maintain a deficit of 7.4. To him, it doesn't make sense. I don't know what you think.
Let me tell you something. Deficit that I understand is actually the differences between your expenditure and then your revenue.
Your revenue.
I mean, the simplest thing.
Simple.
Once your revenue overruns your expenditure, you get surplus. Vice versa, you get deficit.
Yes.
These things are not static figures, they are projections. When you project, say, deficit 10%, 2%, they are done on a platform of uncertainty.
Yes.
Because there could be other factors that you don't expect. Why not transfer who's a COVID, member? Even the impact of COVID. When a trans who's a say.
Now, definitely, there's a own drop a deficit from 7.4 to 3. At least, if cuts, am I in savings of plus or minus based on Adongo's calculation? Am I in savings of 31 billion?
But sorry, before you move on, that time, has he also sat down to analyze the unexpected margins in terms of increase on our expenditure? Because no, we don't take finance now. Make say sorry, on take mass American. Sorry, senior. I don't mean say on take finance. So you're very good there. That one is a fact. What I'm trying to say is that you do your projections. You're expecting cut to this level, but with anticipated figures in your expenditure on your expenditure side. But because of the uncertainty and the crisis and what is happening, your expenditure might have moved beyond the figures you anticipated to project that margin. Meaning say they make out mass here. It is say my cutting way. And they say if you bet save 100 cedis. But any cutting now you had in mind say bottle of oil may anticipate say bottle of this may anticipate say but situation be arising unexpectedly. Anticipation of that, so those expenditure variables are caught bonnet into some projection will not be the same. And that is why any good economic evaluation, you anticipate and project and set figures based on the economic state. One, whether it is boom, whether it is in moderation, or whether it is in recession. You need to do that. So once there's change, your projections must be reset.
His argument is maintaining the deficit. I get you perfectly.
It has to be reset.
Two sides.
Exactly.
Say there can be way be on the other side.
Something can happen that your expenditure variables, figures that you use
will change.
For the variables will change.
I get you.
So what do you do?
But his argument is maintaining the deficit at the 7.4 means the claim say you would be cutting and
I mean, we need to understand this financial.
I guess
you see, some of the statement are just codology. No, I'm being honest with you. I think, sir, we need to understand the fact that.
But you had a problem with Duncan Amua analysis on.
Duncan,
yes.
Duncan, when it comes to oil sector, on him saying,
yes,
maybe I did any area, the mean to know. But where I have problem with him is his anticipation of or request for certain fraction of figures to be cut by the government. You do those things based on the fact that you know government expenditures obligation. Baby, and to summit way. I respect him because what dear Chira say or your experience, young can cry. It wouldn't mean can't Mr. Yamwa say, oil analysis meaning on him say me. But when it comes to government generation of revenue, government reduction of probably revenue, you cannot speak with this emphasis and strength unless only government expenditure needs and obligations. Based on that, in a bit more Debbie, Kasa buying to so only share the Edma honorable Adongo. Whether you believe him or not, what certain parameters and figures are. If you know where you say to any see a bay say where you say that one is what I want. The Americans say honorable Duncan. My issue is that I was saying Otimiya who say I buy obligations in the budget, programs and projects and policies. No, I require this. This is the situation of our fiscal space as a government. We need this to fill ABCD. And you buy Katiwekra and Susaswano. Sadly, only the experience in the oil sector and all can be out of arbitrariness. No. And these things, you try to stay within the jurisdiction of our expertise. The American Meming Tibiasia, Ono Busano, and Dominica Samsu Mammy, on church and MP in the oil sector because meaning. When your PhD in masters in first degree now say diploma some we are dying. I started a crown on your good say. So Abaka, but say he's very good. Authority over oil sector. Young kind of cry. But when it comes to the financial economics of it, when it comes to as arm for government to generate revenue or cut down revenue, our situation today, a lot of people don't know because of asymmetric information. Because there are certain pieces of variables or data points. Ebi a unye preview to. It is a micro committee here, me finance committee, and me senior champion. Finance ministry, more information be any. We made a challenge some of their issues. Etimesia Honorable Duncan, my own brother, says such comments, they should take their time, get more data on the expenditure needs.
Side.
Then,
Commitment.
You understand what I'm saying? Then you can also, but you can't just criticize what's honey? 1 week and here 500,000 Ghana cedis. Just any figure. Debbie 100,000. Meanwhile, so be a bearman. Tomatoes kuro nim ne bo woni mu fie aduane de aka ne de ankae ebi kura ho aba woni mo numbers ebi kura wo yiri ko odwom no okoya niam bi wantua the last week. So you should need to know all these things. Then you can say honey, oh my check where you say this is what I want, so that as a country we can build the needed cohesion and develop things out of consensus. You understand what I'm saying? And project this country and move it forward to the direction that we can provide the extended and expected utility and satisfaction for everyone along the social stratification, whether you are poor or rich, whether you are from the north or south. It doesn't matter your social stratum as individual. You need to understand that government has obligation, and the obligation is to provide the utility for everyone to enjoy, especially those who are very poor, to have social intervention policies and also go ahead and attain what they want to do and contribute to the state.
How you mentioned cohesion. Cohesion.
Oh dear.
No,
we're too much. You made me have a show.
Honorable Tampon. What's your finance minister? Impressed?
And then the Manti only near someone. Sticker will not stop amazing some of us. Obi, I'm the finance minister and some. Now, many as the Kakasano, Okasafa by the end of 2021, even Ghana. We were doing better than many of the Southern African countries. The minimum data cry now referred to me with a 2022 budget. Okay, paragraph 69, table 1 now. ECOWAS growth rate. ECOWAS average Nanka almost 30 and for 2021 at 3.6. A year a WAMU average only a West African Economic and Monetary Union. Don't say WAMI, WAMS and all that. West African management and all that. Almost 30 on average, almost than 5.5%. Ghana did 4.7%. Below the average of the union. Ghana is part of the union. You show other countries. Cote d'Ivoire is 6%. Senegal is 4.7%. Guinea is 5.2%. Burkina Faso is 6.7%. Benin here, Benin quite 5.5%. 2021 data na make country we. Oba Niger is 5.4%. Oh, Gambia is 4.9%. It's about to say, and omuni COVID affect to omana.
Your boy in your GDP rate.
Yes, growth in 2021. Source IMF Regional Economic Outlook Sub-Saharan African October 2021. Minister of Finance the document in media. Can afford to present to Intersama Stekatia or Kike Kenya and all Kamala Kositi. COVID not affected country beer. What I say, Obian is share womb, but activities taking place is quite different. Where first be a manager here, they are different from other countries. You can talk about those matters. Now, because COVID nearby here, and I don't know, Chelsea, my BBS said the other countries were hit by COVID, but they survived it. They were able to grow beyond even the average numbers now. A certain moment. Obi, me tell finance minister no. Na finance minister no buy ya one obremu COVID no boy. Obremu the invasion of Russia on Ukraine. And I go for wage number. We no say minority NDC MPs. We are also part of the problem. because you're refusing to pass the
Ekosiisen On
Into
Asempa
ama
FM.
investor confidence, ABBA form, so they are not getting even access to the international market. Abaning them, who say MPP abine. From 2017 to date, actions and inactions be a contributor to where we are today. Can you understand this? Abaning the Nyaboni be MPP abine. Or Empro Nipa 125 a complaining here. By the day, the results will tell us, the output, will tell us what is going to happen. Presidential staff 1,000 plus. Output, you're saying. Now, say, output near the other one mental, where reduce numbers for 125. I can't was it. Obi, some minister, they can't, my back, numbers, so. Say, Professor Joe Mudia. Their first term, I complain about numbers, about overhead expenditure. Recurrent expenditure can't want some. They told us some conference programs be outside Accra. They will go by bus. Carpooling. It's V8 bed 2030. I can't want some. Any idea? So they will not spend so much. Even any other mama told new vehicles. I'm not such example. Say president governor or non personal vehicle no use. Omukwa ayikumase me no stick picture mutwe no just go
na won't be
middle seat no atwe ne kon e no ohuru Ghana for ye at bus mo ye kumase just a month after obi won so mo nyina tana bus eco program bi pen
almost like kumase bio
amunko Cape Coast nyina amunko Cape Coast enko tamale enko ayi dana dopoma enko ayi ye fe ne say kofu ayi ko.
Yeah, Rock City.
Rock City. Shall I increase as a mono or mato agencies to be? Including
Lessons.
Oh, no, Baka no ye. It's a material said, I can't walk about 2 years. The last one of Land Cruiser, about 10 years. But what I say, it's last year what to Land Cruiser. Now, some moving to Land Cruiser, what are you talking about? No, crop on Obi, you're not specific to know. And some are a minister because, or catch it, in all, what admit say there are problems in the economy. Or see DNA problems in our, or see rising fuel prices, rising interest rates, rising inflation and cost of living. When inflation about 15.7%. Yes. Or see revenue mobilization challenges.
Ekosiisen On
Asempa. About on there, or what that say you Russia invaded Ukraine no so covered by you. And say we have difficulty mobilizing revenue in this country. And no, I say, oh, yeah, port war, use technology to reduce the human interface so that we can deal with corruption and all that. Mekai, you were at Tames, say, Onokapo port war, he was so angry with them, the officers spoke at the top of the voice, say, what is going on, nobody's happy with it. Because by the end of the day, no, the tax revenue to a GDP, no, numbers saying, no, we're not happy with it. And up to date, nobody's happy with it. So how can we deal with the loopholes in the system? And then minister and the catcher say no tax payment, no import. Minister, people are clearing goods without paying taxes, and he's aware. Now austerity measures no they banning now then or person enforce those rules. Until since 2017, not to know yet then. So he knew the problems, but he slept over it. But today he's blaming NDC for it. Can you imagine this? Obi leaders are elected to solve problems. It's not for merrymaking. And then this year, so I have 30 businesses, we thought outside the box and we face it before leaving office. Maybe one. And to your leader, and that's a problem, Mama. How can people even test your competency? Problems, but not to miss all problems. You know, say, Charlie, they've risen above all these challenges, and now they are on the track of making sure say we are growing the economy. Etiana so Utium and a COVID, a Ukraine, Russia, a minority embassy in Libya. In any case, in levy, you do never ban 6.9 billion. Or tax revenue 80 billion. Grants and aid account 115 billion. Or not the bit more by entitlement here for 20. Tax revenue only 80 billion. You're looking for 6.9 billion. Let's say 7 billion. You're passing all this tax handle at the amount. I'll bet me a reki in the 73 billion. 73 billion no ultimate fanya bibia say 7 billion na ma also untimi nya kwan. Untimi into fertilizer. Untimi into adwumefo ka. Look at last month how they paid workers in this country in piecemeal approach.
Now 73 billion no any idea acquire in the
but in terms of percentage and you're saying out of 80 billion 7 billion no kwa you're saying it has to say projections no my budget are wrong. I don't know if you are getting my
80 billion projections.
Who 80 billion? It's a said there who green light to mobilize 73 billion or more.
Yes.
I can't 7 billion na you be pass 11.
Yes.
Because they have a different intention for the e-levy art in Ankasa. And yet this 7 billion I said Communists in Ankasa they will use it to raise bond. That's the real intention. It is said, when investors need confidence, economy they are withdrawing their money, there's capital fright and all that. It's minority who is causing it. Investors also technical people must advise them on their investment. They look at your numbers. Your repayment plan, because aware say 2021 to a common fund. Common fund no your tax revenue na and I will see the 5% to the local assembly for development. It waji sikano. Interest on loans will acquire 37 billion for 2022. You complain when NDC was paying 10 billion. So we're incompetent, and now we're 37 billion. What movie alone? I don't know. Tell person better say from 120 billion to 356 billion Ghana cedis. It's all reported 351.8 billion. These are the numbers. We am looking say get fund 1.5 billion dollars in Kahon. Energy sector bond 9.6 billion in Kahon. Sano had 750 million and make a non Kahon. Road fund alone on magic and Kahon. If you put all together. Because then there's a contingent liability on government. As I buy the choices, and to inflow never no investor behind him say no, Charlie. In Crawford way, you're not careful not invest in this economy. And then you bring up problems.
But in those trying times, no, I remember say almost all the minority members are minimum in common. The more can say a binding channel no near expenditure, opulent lifestyle, no more kate, among kate, no more kate. Through that,
yes.
And they announce expenditure cutting measures more than 10. Almost be 13 expenditure cutting measures. But still, I am so many. My jump to another
you won't say when it comes to taxation and incidence of taxation, and your number of tax handles in here. I say very careful. Number what you say. Let's say 25,000 handles.
Yes.
The impact on the be 1 billion Ghana cedis. But we bet to just 2. Be raking 5 billion Ghana cedis. Into the impact in incidents in the critical. I wrote to a mutual my account once a me. Passenger into route 2. I have just 50 pesos in one city. A car ready to put driver it here or find a man what here. Into Obian or Bell passengers who could trace as they can. Opa to Muko 10 cities. Car Rebian or Bacas went here 2 cases. Until the incidents will not be on the passenger. But church has here. It took us a nuisance taxes. Yeah, year free ho. We you free ho no. I could get fund 2.5. I be not branding. 2.5 get fund. National health insurance 1%. MPP are buying the buy. What the 3% flat rate aba. COVID now so a check the enemy free no or sorry cover sikano. COVID levy 1% abai aside the aba. So stabilization levy now in Quebec ended 2017 no. Where is standing no?
But I wouldn't say scrapping taxes necessarily are revenue measures.
Yes.
And then make expenditure cutting measures announced in the minister's statement. For example, yes.
Okay, expenditure.
And revenue measures.
And also the revenue measures.
Yes,
so let me deal with the two.
Okay.
Advanced discretionary spending or cut by 10%. Maybe one.
Further 10%.
Further 10%. Or no, we don't have the specifics. What I say. And now we know in your budget. I be who tables so details. But we know by July or mid-year review. How are all these measures are performing? He will come announce to us. Until say a year by 10%. Either say a Bayer Juma and then your Juma. We are waiting to see. We are what's it a 50% full coupon. What I say? The 50% no. Assume it says almost spending 6 million Ghana cedis. Okay, about 3 million Ghana cedis. But what you say, very well. What's the moratorium on importation of vehicles? Because so what are you talking about here? Be a new vehicles on Babeton Abekan was but since 2017 up to 2020, first quarter 2022, no. Agencies be a better VAT or better than the matter. It is just to build some confidence in the eyes of the general public. So, Charlie, we came to you. You raise certain issues. If you listen to you, but the real effect, you know, you should say, you benefit
foreign travels and so moratorium.
Moratorium, no, okay, say
apart from
pre-approved one, critical one, and statutory travels like World Bank meetings, IMF meetings, WAM's meeting, and all that, you know, or no, there, statutory meetings. Last 2 months, couple there, no, 1 million, no, a year. Zoom. Yes. Yeah, nominating people so Munko, no so Munko bida. I'm organizing through Zoom. Last year, even IMF program, we organized it through Zoom. We shall this year and by your fiscal presence a month for the call. And also cutting by 50%. You miss some announcement to him about when can be trade. Okay.
Foreign travel.
Chief of Staff issue letter.
Issue statement for him. Yeah.
What happened to it?
So no, so pre-approved critical travels.
And no one you know be to coin. You be approve you level cry MP say kwase some for bro chere don buy amom the charter flight be obi no new promise. It's a government no all can one thing no or another thing. If the president cannot walk the talk, now say a rhetoric or be can some for the optics, for people to feel good. So, Charlie, this time around, they say, Maninchata, a plane beam into Oko Dubai Cropono or the Emirates. Now, Emirates is a moon as in the Emirates, or much Emirates is a better one. And look at such a break it, I don't know what.
How almost impose a moratorium on the establishment of new public sector institutions by end of April 2022. I don't know what you're saying.
Meaning say, one, government is not under any obligation to set up new
institutions.
About buying or creating new ministries, procurement ministry, special initiative ministry, blah 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 ministry. By the end of the day, dear penny free mobile. It is a kana ahangi one and then the question COVID, the question Ukraine invasion on Russia invasion on Ukraine. And as a minority and party 11 years we are naysayers.
Hey, but when say even more parliamentarians, no, and all other agencies say reduce expenditure on all meetings and conferences by 50% effective immediately.
MPs just said they for your
space of government.
We just say your space your meetings bisano. Your meetings the whole of this meeting.
Oh, now said the cost way
outside
like maybe to a hotel outside Parliament. But I don't put the point they say the cost of meetings, no, and then your venue of the meeting in Kwao. And then the other costs.
And so even we pay for the conference facility.
Then I won't you pay. Won't you have certain allowance?
Obi nsembu amamenka where I sit, and at least my trophy watch. Because me can send a cost of parliament on Bejuru.
Say committee ye meet na Mundu has certain allowance.
I'm telling the whole
okay.
Enra Meka wako fabenti. Finance committee the all met finance committee meeting. Breakfast crop moment man provide omunisika. Me to fit the case soon na Meka. Get on my breakfast. I don't know. Obi na push am since someone person Meka of this so. Common breakfast. Kodun catch a comment man from finance committee. Koduna
the almighty finance committee.
On manage jet to the sense Kodun catch a comment man to be my finance committee. On manage Masha Okasa onam tia me yedi. Who senior kasa na botela Meka.
Match senior.
But the final expenditure cut, no. Cabinet approved that ministers and the heads of SOEs to contribute 30% of their salaries from April to December 2022 to the consolidated fund. Where they say a massive.
Okay, no, so that Council of State, so
yes.
na Council of State name so do say. Omaketuano, impact ben, and Omutis 20%.
30.
If it meant to a borehole back.
That's a council of state in Kwa.
Them just a council of state for now. Almost I told me 20%. I'm some of the saying. On my allowance in here saying 20% in the year.
30%.
It's when you make a Kenyan and a short and medium term approach. 30%.
But match your salary so by 30%.
Oh, maybe a question say. Now, I was the legislature so on by your model.
Yes.
And I'm so voluntary. Said the legislature not be full say. I'm so baby take his initiative.
Salary carter.
Oh,
where was away?
Now, no, Minia could do a punk rabbit.
Yes.
And of course, that just to knock the heads of the public against the legislature, especially the minority MPs. But what you say? MPP for more parliament, on your minister or deputy minister. On your deputy minister or the board of support to way, or your board member or Ghana Commercial Bank.
GCB Bank.
Okay, GCB Bank. Or your board allowance. Opposition MP. On your minister, on your deputy minister, on your board so. Et nipa no say, or no, or didn't get to 30% or other source of allowances or
and I tell you, more the among Casa more the 10 and 15 better.
Baby, baby, I'm a tea crying, I'm a tea pie, minister, and say, a burden sharing.
Yeah, burden sharing.
Burden sharing, my boy. Nigga, who win elections now? We not test so. Family and friends. Much booty, no. Sometimes no news a minority bit, baby. Now, what this can man say we also a burden sharing? Abba. To whom much is given, much is expected. And said the same kuno. Now, would the time I buy a coffee they will spend as if there's no tomorrow. Did you invite some of us to partner you and share the money? No, but
that's the way patriotism demands at least. Obi
in
the months of 10%.
Let's start on the same level. What I say? We need other source of income better to say me. Won't you board so? We need any allowance. Oh, I want to see the crowd allowance.
Board will come back 3,500.
Now, OBT.
Board will come
the whole year, will come 4.
What quabble?
OBT as my making. Me, I'm it here. And a bit of me, Yamaka insurance. A bit of the car maintenance. A bit of me, Chamaka loan.
Driver car.
A bit of me, Chamaka driver car. And then I'm starting running me constituency. Yen take one friend, you know, obi ya le notice say message aminya. E say nem ka say me presentation tena.
Yeah.
7 circuit no machia. Me see me ko ama mo bi ko anya 500 times 7 you saying. I say na first, second, third. My football and jerseys e dey am.
Na say ntina nyame ayo adoma wo almighty finance committee so.
Finance committee just a name. It is like any other committee. No, a human being, they will also managing one. Also, I managing one first. What I say? It will be another amount for your 3 arms of government.
Yeah.
Executive, the other.
What's in it here?
You see, legislature somewhere. No one can swear.
They are here now.
What's a rough yomo? Lobby.
Omo akande o de ko ho asema ba.
All the obiasuru. You say the samafo ye enye. Uko cancel say brand sama do be kire ase. Uko so a unsa ma bi. Na obitie. Obi hwe 2017 budget and for present year. Paragraph 796.
Yes.
I'm saying news and taxes into more baby chum. My mom typical example. Some financial sector a year must abolish here.
Yes.
Yeah, must the financial sector levy about because of the clean up.
On Asempa FM.
5% financial sector a levy. Once a year introduce you. Eti ba kuna utwe mo 2017 say new sans no. I was say introduce no.
That's why 5% on their profit. The one they introduced, they have 5% on the profit of the banks. You get it. Momo Dian, was it on the profit of the bank?
No.
It was not.
But it's still a charge. A charge. We are shareholder. Not say you reduce profit or dividends on it. Reserves on reserve percentage, you know. A so better. Now no banks here can say I'm pro back a year more reserves and as some increase on share a capital. No, many of them pro back their reserves because they have reserves. It is all traces can have total reserves. Obi.
Obatampa Francaise Rabana is Siam.
Obi, my minion son can you know. Or say abolish 5% VAT and on real estate sales. Obi. Trasako, East Legon, West Legon, Child House, 1 minute to ho.
Ghana for.
I'm more muti a year drum tone, Kobe tomatoes, not I don't, I'm going to feel. Now, what's it? I'm more, be oh, I'm to feel. Hey, oh,
Makola money, I do not, we are hipping scorn on the economic potential. Why are you doing that?
No, but it is not on the economic potential. It's a decision making. Yes. I mean, Obi decided to say, oh, it's can't go down.
Change homes.
Yeah.
Range Rover, sit down.
Celebrities.
No,
no more stuff. Why you use that tax way? Now we are also sacrifice e-levy aba. Na e-levy na kwa kofa ban. Anom pa affect yen for any sikafo. Na we den can affect a sikafo nko. I don't know who describe this tax as a nuisance tax. Now on the other hand, kofa taxes be aba affect obia. Yeah, tax measures for them.
I don't know had a reason or an objective to rope in more people into the tax.
But it did not achieve any purpose.
That's me. I'm talking
taxes on spare parts. Also, Ekosiisen saying, you said the Benjamin values buy here and now Kwaboso kind. I'm saying about 40% of their people who have closed down their shops in Aboso kind. And we tax no impact in way because what the tax we are impact analysis. Sika say na misabeka say na medeche na adwuma say na be creating. I'm economy na den agro.
Honorable, see from my
revenue side. What's the property rate? I'm about the property rate.
Almost started April, yeah.
Property rate no so no local assembly so no. Amoji common fund and qua no mutimi edibia ye nema ketenkete wo.
That's what monka so amoji property rate na ba center.
To the center. Almost they know the capacity. So they are engaging other people to do the correction, and the percentage will be ceded to the local assembly. 100% to component more development. Now what the percentage kwa komo. Na sutu me no many high. Come on for na wuntu ya. A property rate as mko akwoje fi local assembly ni sem. What be that? Consolidated funds sika be na to metimi san ko bio. Second one, or say e-VAT, e-commerce, e-game my bet for yi. And now so my ekotwa my bet no dia. No nyina so ba betua tax ni bi. Tax exemption bill.
And on VAT for ne ba me busa almost say will the gaming will it be on the wins of people? Omo ka say that be. Almost it will not be on the wins.
Yes.
It will not, and your wins no be tax it. But of course, companies know in that space, are coming up more, and they need to.
Companies no omutia, omu packages will be affected. But other day no, say we try 2 tips. Na so more 200 that. And now so work some overhead expenses no. Obe reduce a year payment.
Yeah, that's true.
It's indirectly no.
That's a possibility.
If I run it, I will do that. Tax exemption bill since 2017. Last parliament.
Yes.
Ekuta mo so man pass it. And that's what show mo. Idea ye won dwuma fees and charges on there I must admit. Ye engage other institutions na ye no mo ye dwuma. Tax exemption bill
and charges.
Or say omo the tax credit beba. Ya ka. Tax exemption bill na wo he. Adru stage be.
Me ka fees and charges.
And what
you me say I must admit say ye won dwuma.
When me bra dey ho pa
my admit say I don't cost my menka.
Okay.
And I me be a Christian.
Hey,
the Assemblies of God ni.
Assemblies.
Yes.
And I am in assemblies ni bia.
O say sound winning you know. Sound winning small scale manning. Omo nyina no, on ba fashion out modalities ah.
Yeah.
On ba jiji sika.
Yeah, of course.
Eti obi, ese minister neka chere say with this revenue measures when all put together.
Yeah.
We are raking let's say 2 billion.
Yes.
What I say?
Yeah.
But he didn't say that.
Any document in him. And I cut no so no. These are the savings. So that we can extrapolate.
Yeah.
We also okay. We are getting maybe 1 billion, 2 billion. Because also remain within the 7.4 deficit numbers. When it's like going to the IMF. Policy credibility to be disciplined so that the investors will have confidence in you. But if you don't want the top,
Enkosiaga. Honorable Richard Champom, I mean, I say, Messi Ababi, Unye in the trouble. I'm on 5 into loans.
That's what you loans.
Now, I'm so collapse here by now.
Yeah, man, I jump into and I say collapse. What can't even tell you? That's what you're saying.
Where's Obi? Honorable Stephen Amua, aka Steka, has fired power. In fact, a workshop for training of trainers should be organized for Steka to lecture the NDC minority MPs and party Obatampa Frances Irabna Esiam. And also go training our minority members. We say Obi, I am proposing that citizens of this nation, Ghana, should start showing interest in our local products and patronizing them and planning for mass production and exportation too. The best agric minister has taken the lead through his ministry. Miss Ella Tieku Ewo Kwadaso constituency and on the way. Good evening, Obi. The MPP led by President Akufo-Addo has no solution to the problems associated with this economy. Their so-called solid economic management team has become liquid management team. Alfred Kojo Tradels. Let's listen to this and then we hear from the Honorable Stephen Amwa. Muntiewe, Stekabeka says here.
Tyler Juma, your phobia one is say, open any tile cement whom fast swore. The same thing at Tylers, any identity for account for Weber tile cement at Bribia. When you say Weber tile cement, ekita global standard. Na ejumeko Weber Ghana, na eyewo oman. When you say Weber tile cement, yes, strong chemicals, ni and one in no womunti. Yan one yani sua would be from. Yes, cement for biabio. When you say Weber tile cement, a chi, a check, na emusu time. Ain't it a bano a daimu, and now abundance to tile in dia. Weber tile cement, a danso. Na ne was on yadin cra. Ye to town no yenia to the precopedia. Nay, Weber tile cement. Yo, baby, Ceramica, Interstyle Ceramics, Eswajaman, Skyview, Marti, Atala, Tago, Koforidia, Cantamanto, Freyeng, 055 648 6342.
Weber, we care.
Abnenie, Mamia Okutachi me postronko.
I've been blessed with 3 beautiful daughters.
We seen bose, obetutu ne mama mi enseni na brabo. Manesi si ye wo bibiarem.
If you want to live in poverty without making something of yourself, you can do that. But I will not allow you drag your sisters with you. Never.
Shodoa emu ohye oyechre ne akomatie wo eno sini kaya Showmax edi abenu. Sign it up. Nahwe eno wo showmax.com. Na wonso sepe wo hu bi. Mu hia enhihye bia o. To me a trim a bribia ope.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung near, Nokia near, iPhone near, say our printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise, our no TV, I had this satellite, any ultra panels, a bomb
Facebook, Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayoma, anyone muniga. Samsung at www.francotrading.com. Android app, Franco Trading, Instagram, at Franco Trading. Nani Papa for Dosunti. Franco, at the Momo Pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby, Nemo, head office on the Twaya Dabraka, opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema, Franco Community 1, One Waterworks Nedianim here. Cycle, opposite Odor Rise. Madina, 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa, Franco, opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And our prayer numbers in 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise. Still, phone Papa Fie. And you're not going.
Asempa FM.
Mama, tell me master's degree program Ekano online. Maybe me investment account so mama first kakakra ngumu.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Na se we dia oboso mi sika ni nyina asan.
Oh, me okay kra. Me waboso mi akete afufro bio.
Osei.
EcoBank double salary promo idie. E free na de kodu 31st March 2022. Your customers bosu mi akwati ni nyina award no. Ye mo hu mienu. E ma wenfa akọ ho kra o. Nya be ya ne se, ube bi EcoBank salary account. Anasa obeji waketia afa EcoBank. Na nya mo hu mienu emre yem. Fa bosu mi akwati no efa EcoBank ene ya. Fra EcoBank se sia ya nje wo hwe. E wo 0800 003225. Ana email yen wo ecobankenquiries@ecobank.com.
Na den wan kan bibisa. Me yi me salary account ako EcoBank CCA.
Any oba, they come home term. Now be saying your free life insurance. Any nyoma bebre wa account no so.
Anti shake akra wo hu. Sa akra de yi. National Lottery Authority for Caritas platform no e na ehwe so. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
It's new, it's fresh, and more entertaining. Asempa Showbiz Review.
We're about to take it back. You're rocking with the best.
You better come up with your favorite celebrity.
Beautiful Yvonne, how are you?
We made a lot of money back in the day.
We haven't had a real global artist from Ghana, apart from Osei.
Panel discussion.
Netflix to put your movie on their platform. If you can't match, you won't be there.
But don't forget, so bet me a call into the show. No one care what name kai. So by joining our various social media handles: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, and the Asempa 94.7 FM. This and every Saturday, 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Asempa 94.7 FM. Near for your rejuvenated and refreshing weekend entertainment program, Asempa Showbiz Review. Yeah, Famel, don't miss it. Asempa Showbiz Review.
Ensuo mankwa, ensuo yemkwa. Nom Awake purified drinking water. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Ensuo ne ma wa hodede tena ho abribia. Kai say Awake bottle ba ku bi a wo beto no. Ye yi sika kakra de kon National Cardiothoracic Center. Awake purified drinking water. One for life.
For bulk purchase, contact 0262 351 251.
FD ahwehwe sajade nka tema jatum say.
Miminde bia 12:30. Shamini adorable ladies. Abra ye kan abudiemu nsem on and off the pitch in a feminine way. Say food and attraction. A ladies time was Asempa 94.7 FM.
Sportsman now we coach dear. Look sporty. Suit at show concert and better than USA for Osei. I've always admired one person in football, David Beckham. Imanu Ajiman Bedu. Minim so well I was so to me the butter or attacking will be okay and now pass a cushion in the pants and I roll this
Asempa FM.
Kayo, some in the 12:30 a ladies time on Asempa 94.7. It will be sweeter than sweet. Mavis near Mavis Amando. Femi fire lady.
Mama tell me master's degree program Ekano online. Maybe me investment account so mama first kakakra ngumu. Me dem.
Hey yoba, na se we dia obosu mi sika ni nyina asan.
Oh, me okay kra. Me wabosu mi akete afufro bio.
Osei.
Ecobank double salary promo idie. Every na dey kodu 31st March 2022. Your customers boost me akwati ani nyina award no. Ye mo hu mienu e ma wenfa akọ ho kra o. Nya obeya ne se, ubebie Ecobank salary account. Anasa obeji waketia afa Ecobank na nya mo hu mienu emre yem. Fa boost me akwatia no efa Ecobank ene yia. Fra Ecobank se sia ya nje wo hwe. E wo 0800 003225. Ana email yen wo ecobankenquiries@ecobank.com.
Na den one can be bisa. Me yi me salary account ako Ecobank CCA.
Any oba, they come me huntem. Now be saying ya free life insurance. Any ni oma baby, wa account no so.
And to check akra wo hu. Sa akra dey National Lottery Authority for Caritas platform no and ehweso. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
25th March. Ghana bet to me a Qatar 2022 World Cup Nibia. Fakasiano Anjin and Fieta Marcha. Yan in Nigeria for the Pim Suakumaster so. Bagunkobi. A World Cup playoff first leg. The Black Stars of Ghana versus the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Ghana Black Stars first game. We're gonna fire. Kumasi Babayara Sports Stadium. Stadium. Kickoff at 7:30 p.m. at the headquarters of Ghana Sports. Asempa 94.7 FM. And our #1 radio station at 106.3 FM. Nigeria, yeah, the special coverage live commentary. And in what's the Hubia? Pania Krato for my Bamote. And Jensia Babio. A Hadian Muda. Your sponsors, Yakata Airways. Going places together. KFC. It's finger licking good. Ata Tigo Sikako bundles. Enjoy the huge data at a low cost. VIP magnetic perfumes. Franco air condition. Proudly Kenyan. And a Nandum Auto Fix and Accessories. A World Cup playoff. Ghana versus Nigeria. Live commentary. Something will happen. Asempa F.
Asempa. Upa Asempa tia. Utuni radio upa odem 94.7. Asempa FM. Oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM. Everywhere you are. Asempa FM. Everywhere you go. Asempa. Hey. Asempa. Hey. All talk all day.
94.7 Asempa FM. Sony all talk all day. Ekosiisen Jumedi no wasugusu awutie no. We say Obi, this is one problem some of us have with our beloved Ghanaians when they try to compare Ghana with America and few, but don't want to pay taxes. Over here in the US, one pays taxes in lottery wins and even tips one earns. Godfred Adowa in Bronx. Obi, the assemblies are not serious in the collection of property taxes or property rate. As of today, bills for property rate have not reached the house owners. The amounts payable are laughable. Edwin Takrade. Obi, please, what have we done to you this evening? Come and see how we are sweating. Honorable Stephen Amwa is killing us with ground. Nana Amponsa Bediako. Honorable Stephen Amwa, the old wow. We say, good afternoon, Obi. The MPP MP, Honorable Stephen Amwa, was throwing stones, not dust, into our eyes this hot afternoon. Can you have him tell us all, in terms of figures, how much savings will his government accumulate per the 30% cut they are boasting about? Obi, all these measures are tactical moves to get Ghanaians to support the killer e-levy, which Honorable Stephen Amwa and his party have made us to believe it will resolve all the problems of Mother Ghana. From my experience and how this government is known for promising, these measures are dead on arrival. Please greet Honorable Richard for me and tell him we are waiting to host him at base. Thank you. Paul De Susu in Worcester, Massachusetts, and Odiwe Upper. The Appropriation Act put a ceiling on expenditure. Without parliamentary approval, you can increase expenditure. Okay, you cannot increase expenditure. I think that should be it. Honorable John Jenapo and Odiwe Abraying. It's your birthday today, Waki Romanos, one of the vibrant NDC communicators in the Western North region. God bless your new age, Waki. Way Free Constituency organizer will be BNE Asiedu and Odiwe Abraying. Happy birthday to Gifty Na Okaiko Taki of Stride Deliveries in East Legon. You'd surely be a great woman of influence and a blessing to many. I love you so much, my darling. More blessings. This is from Nana Kofi Yankee. By popular request, I play for you this song one more time.